Hey Zeus. Hey DNC Money. Hey Harper. Okay, Epsilon sounds good. Hey Ballard. Hey Jamel. We're not live on TikTok yet. I'm in the Twitch now. DNC Money hopping around. I gotta open TikTok. This is gonna take a minute, chat. Do you get double the funds because of that? That's a good question. I'll have to talk to my DNC rep. You saw the White House call Trump king? Yep. Unfortunately, I did see that. Hey Ashley. Hey Layla. Hey Sid. So I had planned on having this. So my plan last week was for this week to be all about debates relating to Donald Trump being a fascist, and then the King thing happened, and I was like, damn, he knew the assignment. Um, but some some personal stuff happened this week, so I'm not really able to do that. Okay, TikTok is open. Did you see the Secretary of the Press say the birthright citizenship is unconstitutional? I didn't see that. Bro gave you the cheese. Yeah, yeah, no, for real. Um, So what we're gonna do is I don't know how many of you are from TikTok, but we are gonna bring up TikTok at some point to go over the news. Anyone else that wants to come up and talk like about a specific news thing, we're probably gonna do tonight. I don't think I'm doing debates tonight. Okay. So open TikTok. I need to turn Angela on. Well, I guess I don't need to turn Angela on, but I need to turn the sound effects on. I'm gonna change this caption here. Are you on TikTok yet? That's where the my all my power is at. I mean, I can mod you here too. I think. Hold on. Okay, I don't know how to do it from OBS. Oh, and actually, not only do I not know how to do it from OBS, but just me clicking on you has led to me not being able to see my chat. Hold on. Okay, there we go. Are there sex bots here? I don't know. Does Angela only read out TikTok or all the chats? Right now she only reads out TikTok. There's probably a way to get her to read out all the chats. Wait, are you banned on TikTok? No, no, I'm not. Uh, Maybe soon. Hold on. Okay, so we're gonna change this. The thing that says setting up. We're gonna change this, and we're gonna make it a nice caption for TikTok. Tonight's agenda. Wait, this is okay. First of all, this is way too big. Pause. Okay, tonight's agenda. I'm gonna change the background color of this and make it blue. Oh, so I didn't miss last night. No, I didn't go live last night. Oh my god, Dan, I've been so busy with work. I missed you. I missed you too, Hector. I've been busy with everything. I ordered Chinese food for dinner tonight. What'd you get, Sid? You heard Disney is trying to resurrect George Washington. Wait, what? I did not hear that. That is news to me. Sesame chicken and crab Brandon. They named a dish after Joe Biden. Wait, can I underline the top thing? No, I don't think I can. Nope. Nope, we're not doing that. All right, that's what I got. Control U if you could. Okay, let me try that. Control U. No, doesn't let me. Well, now I don't even like. So my question was whether or not I'd be able to underline just the top thing in the same text box without underlining everything. But now I can't even find how to underline anything. Okay, it's fine. I'm going live on TikTok. All right, we are live on TikTok. Only 11 minutes late. Oh, TikTok's not connecting. Love this for us. Maybe we are banned. Oh no, here we go.
Hi.
Hi. Hi, Millie.
Good evening.
Damn, DNC money on every platform.
What's the news?
The trifecta.
Now I finally land in TikTok.
Hey, Tiro.
AYE or BACKKHII.
Or Tyra.
Hey, Dan, we missed you yesterday.
I missed you too.
It's Dan o'clock.
Oh, good. I could see you guys.
Man the Dan. I am here saluting face. I have made the journey.
Thank you, Sid.
Patel was confirmed. YA.
I don't know. I didn't even look at the votes for that. Hold on.
I went to TikTok just for Angela.
Obama.
It was party split, I believe.
No, Susan
Same
Collins
here,
and Lisa Murkowski voted against.
5149. Did you hear Trump fired 240 TSA agents?
I didn't hear that number specifically.
Mental breakdance time.
Mental breakdance.
News with TikTok is gonna take 2 hours with all the Trump shenanigans.
I know, it really is. It really is. Let me message him just to let him know I'm live.
Hey, Dan.
Hey, Kay.
Today, not one day. Dan, I'm vitamin Dan deficient. Hey, Dan. The news is just
Hey,
screaming.
Heather.
Hey, hey.
Hey, older. The news is just screaming. Hold on, I got a couple news stories even before TikTok gets here. I got a couple I want to talk about.
Dan's patience is unmatched.
Welcome. It's
Everything all good, Dan?
It's starting to get matched. Good is subjective. Hey, Allie.
Supercalifragilisticexpialidocious.
Indeed.
These Trump TikTok lives are actually hurting my mental health. What up, Dan?
I'm sorry.
Dan.
We could look at some like baby animals later in the live to balance it out.
Hey,
Thank
Dan.
you all for the heart maze. Hey, Prince. Hey, Sleepy. Hey, remember
Sup?
Ellsworth.
Yay. At Jack Murius Stack the Ratrix Trump is hurting my mental health. Please, yes. Do you have a 100k goal?
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
I love
100k.
animals. And a crab rave maybe.
Or did you mean like a celebration for it and a crab rave maybe? Oof. I don't know. I don't know if I'm in a crab raving
OMG,
mood.
yes please. I need some baby animals. Hi, Dan.
Hi everybody. Hold on. I'm turning Angela off. Angela.
Can I record?
Celebration at 100k.
Yeah.
No, you're fine. Hey Tic Tac.
How you doing, bud?
I'm doing.
Yeah,
Yeah.
life is good, huh?
Uh-huh.
So we've had a lot. It's been busy. News has been. I'm super laggy. Are you laggy by chance? Is it me or you?
I hear you perfectly.
Okay, yeah, I think it cleared up. Actually, you're better.
Okay.
It's been super busy in the news the last few days. I'm gonna start off with a little personal news. This is actually world breaking news. Actually, it just broke my world. Um, I found out the other day that I've got a daughter I've never known about. I'm officially a grandpa. She's got 2 children. Yeah, man. Craziest shit ever, right?
Oh my god.
On
Congrats. I guess.
yeah, I know. You can call me Pops from now on. It's not Grandpa. It's not Peepaw. Everybody's been calling me these old man names, and it's not. It's Pops. But yeah, man, check this out. So on Valentine's Day, I get a message from Ancestry.com
Uh-huh.
saying, "Hey, I don't know if you saw these results, but you just came back as my father." And sure as shit, that happened from when I was 18 years old. I found out 26 years ago that I had a daughter I was unaware of, and she's had 2 grandbabies. So all of a sudden, I'm an instant grandpa. That's my world breaking news. It broke my world.
Wow. I mean, did you
I've been on cloud 9 about it.
this was like a week ago, you said, around Valentine's Day?
On Valentine's Day, I got the message, and I
Okay.
talked to her on the phone for the first time on Monday.
Okay.
And then yesterday, I talked to my grandbabies for the first time.
Oh my god, that's awesome. Are you guys gonna meet soon?
I know. No plans yet, but yes, I'm either gonna scoot out there. Or, she's in the Midwest, so yeah, man, this has been pretty crazy.
Wow. Well, okay. I'm actually glad you opened with that because I'm in a slightly better mood to get into everything else.
Yeah, that's true. Before I lay the smackdown on all the bullshit.
Yeah.
Let's get into it though. So we know RFK is going after SSRIs. He's also going after antipsychotic medicines. He wants to do more research on them, but in the meantime, it's kind of out there. We don't know what's going to happen. We don't know if they're going to put a pause on it on like medication that's already prescribed. We don't know if it's going to be a pause on medication that hasn't been described and they're wanting to for like depression or antipsychotics. So that's going to be a hard one. Trump has claimed that only him and the Attorney General can interpret the laws made by executive orders. So that's he's literally trying to bypass the judicial system or the legislative branch from making laws to combat his laws.
Yeah.
So one good thing, Trump did sign an executive order limiting the power of agencies, but also expanding IVF access, trying to make it cheaper, which like this is incredible news for people who want IVF access. It can't get better than that. It's the underlying reasoning behind it that really concerns me. It's the like there's a tinge of white replacement theory behind this whole thing, where they're wanting white women to have more babies and give accessibility. That's why they're undoing the abortion laws and giving accessibility to IVF because they want more babies in the country. It's got a touch of white supremacy to it and underlying white replacement theory, but I'll get into that at another time. Let's see what else he has. So, and I don't even know if this is possible, but Trump has instructed the Department of Justice to terminate all Biden-era U.S. attorneys that were appointed under the Biden administration.
Yeah, I saw this one.
This is fucking wild, man. I'm not sure if that's even a legal process that he can do, but we're going to see in the courts. Um, I don't know what the nonsense about Musk sending $5,000. I've heard $5,000. I've heard $8,000. People are coming up with all these weird numbers because Doge is saving billions and billions of dollars. The money's not there, guys. It's not there. It's not going to be there. The numbers that they're giving for the money they're saving isn't there. And so the money that they're coming up with this claimed money they're saving, it's not going to happen. But let's see what else. Oh, Musk. It came out. A bunch of experts came out and they actually read over the Social Security data with the millions of dead people not getting benefits, or millions of dead people. You know, the 150-year-olds that are getting benefits. All the experts came out and they said that was absolutely false. It has to do with literally the upgrading system for the Social Security Department sets a default date
Mhm.
on applications if it's not filled in, and that default date is 150 years old.
Because the
It's
default date is
nothing to do.
1975.
Yeah, it's nothing to do with how old the people are. It's the default date, and it has everything to do with it costs too much money to update the system. So instead of destroying the system, we need to actually put money into it so we can update the system. 1875. Yeah, it was 150
Oh,
years
excuse
ago.
me, 1875. Yeah, this one I'm gonna pull up because this is like it. So this was something that really really rubbed me the wrong way earlier. I was watching the press conference where I'm sure you're getting into this shortly, where Trump essentially sided entirely with Russia over Ukraine and threw Ukraine onto the bus. But during this press conference, he brought up this debunked claim, and it's just like super frustrating that this was debunked so easily, and the president of the United States can just keep saying it at press conferences. So, but yeah,
It like there's a difference. This is the tolerance paradox, right? Like free speech can be tolerated to a level, and when it becomes dangerous to other people within your civilization, then that's when it needs to be. You need to put a check on it. Like if you're tolerant to intolerance, intolerance will win. That's essentially the premise of it.
hmm
So when people are literally spouting anti-Semitic or anti-trans or things that are going to hurt marginalized communities, it's not only important, it's our duty to push back against those things.
yeah,
Um, so have you seen what the White House? The White House actually posted the picture of King
the
Trump.
King Trump, yeah.
This
Um,
is this is. He says
it's
congestion prices is dead. Manhattan and all of New York is saved. Long live the king. Yeah, long live the king. And then it actually has a picture of Donald Trump as a king. Kind of,
yeah. I'll
it's
pull that
almost
up
like
for
Biggie
those that haven't seen it.
Smalls
I'll pull it up.
looking. My wife pointed out it looks like the Biggie Smalls posters from the '90s, and
Kind
it
of,
kind
yeah.
of does.
So this is the official the White House Twitter account. Congestion pricing is dead. Manhattan and all of New York is saved. Long live the king. And so this was. I don't know if this was a tweet from Trump or a truth from Trump or whatever, but this was like a direct quote, and then they took this quote and then posted this as well. Um, if this isn't horrifying to you, then there's a chance that you are in a cult. I just don't know how else to put it. The idea that you'd be cool with the king if it's just the guy that you really like um, is very 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 anti-American. And if I had the chance to make AOC the queen, I still wouldn't do it because I'm an American and I believe in the Constitution and democracy. So, really, it's AI art. I have to imagine nobody painted this. This has to be AI. Um,
I don't know, man. Somebody might have painted that.
yeah, I guess that's true. They're testing the waters. Yeah, I mean, between the Elon Nazi salute, this it's these aren't they're not dog whistles anymore, man. These are just it's just all out in the open. Even I mean, I feel like even Trump, the way he talks about like the next election, he leaves it open. Like maybe he'll run. You know, they're bullhorns. Yeah.
Yeah, and then so we were talking about attacking the transgender community, HHS. So we know Kennedy was appointed. He was confirmed. Kash Patel today was confirmed as well as FBI director. But one of the things Kennedy came out, he's changed the definitions of man, woman, male, female, and even sex on the HHS website. So they're essentially doing a paper genocide. They want to eliminate any reference to trans individuals as if they didn't exist, and they're going to do that at a government level. And they're doing it by things like the HHS is defining their explanation of male is God bless it, stupid ads. HHS definition explains that a male is a person of the sex characteristics of a reproductive system with the biological function of producing sperm. So I don't know what they're actually changing on that. I mean, it's very minimal if it is, but they're changing it to subvert any kind of civil rights that transgender individuals may qualify for. Is my opinion on that. I don't know if I'm not a lawyer, but that seems to be
at the very least. Making like official claims like this is also a it furthers the rhetoric. And it more emboldens people that hate trans people to say, see, we were right. Even the government agrees. Transgenderism is fake. And so I think the a lot of the things that Trump has done and Trump and his administration have done are more symbolic, but it's to push this feeling that helped him win this election. Is to push this rhetoric that helped spread Trumpism in the last election. So, for example, this is something I posted about in the Discord earlier. I will bring it up real quick. So, in the Pam Bondi memo from, I think it was February 5th. I'm going to put it on the screen real quick. Give me a second, chat. So one of two things is happening in this paragraph. So this says, the policy set forth in the March 20th, 2018 memorandum entitled Guidance Regarding Use of Capital Punishment in Drug-Related Prosecutions is hereby reinstated. In addition to drug-related prosecutions, the policy shall also be applied to cases involving non-drug capital crimes. So this is talking about the death penalty. Non-drug capital crimes by cartels, transactional criminal organizations, and aliens who traverse our borders and remain in the United States without legal status. So this, the grammar here, I personally think is vague on purpose. And I'm gonna explain what I mean by that. Depending on what these commas are supposed to be separating, so the commas that I marked with red, depending on what they're supposed to be separating, depends on the interpretation. If the commas are separating the things involved in the cases, so non-drug capital crimes by cartels, comma, by transnational criminal organizations, comma, and aliens who traverse the United States, blah blah blah. This right here is symbolic. It's trying to tie undocumented immigrants right here in the last sentence with cartels and criminal organizations in the first two. But if the commas are actually separating what the cases are involved with, so cases involving, number one, non-drug capital crimes by cartels, number two, cases involving transnational criminal organizations, and number three, cases involving aliens who traverse our borders and remain in the United States without legal status. If it's that, then it's essentially setting the stage for executing undocumented immigrants. It's probably the former, but the fact that this is not made clear with this memo is horrifying. So at worst, it's again demonizing undocumented immigrants and trying to connect them to cartels and criminal organizations, and at best it's that. At worst, it's we're just going to start executing undocumented immigrants.
Yeah, man, it's literally life threatening. The difference between it's like saying, "Let's eat grandpa," or "Let's eat
Comma,
grandpa."
grandpa.
One of those sentences makes you nice to grandpa. One of those sentences makes you a cannibal. It's a big difference, right? Like we can understand that commas can save lives sometimes, especially in this point. Hold on one second.
Yeah, I 100% agree with Donosaur. They're too vague on purpose so they can bend it to fit their BS. Yeah, there's this is what happened with the payment freezes. That executive order. This is what happened with uh their rescission of the executive order to try to get around the courts. I don't know if you guys remember that, but the courts blocked the executive order, and then they rescinded the memo, or excuse me, the courts blocked the fund freezing. They rescinded the memo saying, "Oh well, the thing that the courts were against was the memo, not the freezing itself." It was a whole thing.
Huh. Yeah, man, it's getting kind of hectic out there, especially when you're doing this at a federal level. That can be extremely dangerous. Um, moving on. So apparently, some lawyers came out against X. X lawyers have been talking to advertisers, and they've been telling the advertisers that they need to start advertising more, or else. And the or else is kind of like Trump is going to pass things that are going to affect your company unless you start spending more money on my advertisement. This just came out in the Wall Street Journal. The you can check it out. Wall Street Journal. X hinted at possible deal trouble in talks with ad giant to increase spending. Now, if you actually get into it, you get into that article. It talks about how lawyers for X have been threatening advertisement companies, and it's kind of like a do what we say, or else we're going to pass laws that'll disproportionately affect your company.
That's
It's scary, man. It's scary.
you sure it was Wall Street Journal, not Business Insider?
I'm positive. I've got it. www.wsj.com
Okay,
business/media.
so maybe they're just reporting on it. Because when I looked it up, I didn't see Wall Street Journal, but I did see Business Insider.
No, fair enough.
Um,
I'll pull it up real quick. I'll read the.
yeah, if you could, that'd be great.
The
Oh,
key
okay. They actually
paragraph.
linked to it right here. Well, okay. Hold on, I'm on the proxy. Um, open link in new window. Nope, that's annoying. All right, hold on. I got you guys. Give me a second. The Wall Street Journal reports that Yacarino and her lieutenants have been pressing Interpublic Group, one of the world's biggest ad agencies, to get its clients to spend more money on X. Hanging over IPG's head, a proposed deal to sell itself to rival Omnicom, which may need regulatory approval in the United States. IPG execs interpreted X's messaging as a reminder that the Trump administration could slow down that deal, according to the journal's veteran ad reporter Suzanne Vranica, citing several unnamed people close to the matter. We're just a month into Trump 2.0, and things are happening very quickly, so it's easy to miss stuff, but I want to underline what could be happening here, because it's extraordinary. Even by the extraordinary standards we've seen established in the past few weeks, a big media platform whose owner is deeply enmeshed with the Trump administration is reportedly telling companies to give it business or risk government reprisal.
Because that's how free market works.
Yeah, it's God, the our descent into an oligarchical autocracy with a king is happening so rapidly, and it's frustrating. It's frustrating that it feels like all we can do is watch, and I don't know, man.
I've been screaming at Mark Cuban for the last few weeks on Blue Sky.
Yeah,
He gets on there and he's like, "Why can't the Democrats stop?" Bro, maybe because the richest man in the world is threatening a primary. Maybe, just maybe, and hear me out, Mark. If they had a billionaire on their side that was willing to put money again back them and not their opponents, like the richest man in the world is threatening to do, maybe they'd be able to stop this. But He continues to ignore me.
Yeah, I think
So,
Solari's right. We do need a general strike. We're really at that point.
oh, just yeah, a whole nationwide union strike. Yeah, we
Yeah.
need to unionize at a national level for sure.
Yeah.
We need to do like what South Korea did. South Korea, within one day, within 24 hours, the entire Hyundai plant stood up and said, "We're not going to work." It was about 1 million people within 24 hours. That's about equivalent to about 7 million people in America calling up and saying, "I'm not coming into work tomorrow until you actually fix this problem that we're seeing." They're trying to declare. And the next day, they not only reinstated it, but within what was it, a month or two, they'd arrested the the president. That's what we need to do. We need to start arresting. It is not like if you look back historically, it is not uncommon for presidents to go to jail at all. So we need to start implementing things like that. Anyway, so Israeli police are investigating reports of explosions involved in several buses. Apparently, several buses over across Israel in different cities exploded at the same time today. It's just now coming out, so it's still there's not a lot of information on that. Well, we talked about Kash Patel, so we've got a conspiracy theorist at the head of our FBI now. That's going to be exciting.
Yeah.
And then I wanted to get to the where is my here we go.
Oh, there was Pam Bondi is investigating the people that were involved in prosecuting the election fraud stuff. I think.
Yeah. Yeah.
Let me see if I can pull that up.
So while you're looking that up, Utah is trying to push a law right now that allows patients to only use their own blood or from blood from patients that they actually can choose from. And they're doing this specifically, they're saying it's for COVID vaccines. So that way patients can have the option to not have COVID vaccine patients, their blood used in surgeries. So you know how you have to have blood transfusions?
Yeah.
They want to be able to pick and choose on whose blood they're able to get. That's weird. That's weird. Like you can't have COVID vaccines.
That's
Yeah, it hasn't gone through, but they're pushing for it.
yeah. Pam Bondi's vow: prosecute the quote unquote bad prosecutors who indicted Trump.
Well, that's why he was calling for him
To resign, right?
to resign. I think.
Or-
Yeah.
Well, I guess hold on. Trump orders DOJ to fire all remaining Biden appointed attorneys. Yeah, I don't think he can do this.
I don't think so either, but I'm not a lawyer, man.
Yeah.
If they're appointed by Biden, I don't know. I don't know how it works.
President Trump announced Tuesday that he directed the DOJ to dismiss all remaining U.S. attorneys from former President Joe Biden's era, claiming unprecedented politicalization. The president posted on Truth Social. I'm just going to skip what he said. What to know? Trump campaigned on a promise to end what he calls the Justice Department's weaponization. Last week, the White House issued termination notices to multiple U.S. attorneys appointed by former President Joe Biden. On Monday, several Biden-appointed U.S. attorneys announced their resignations, while others had already left the government the previous week. The dismissal of U.S. attorneys who serve as the top federal law enforcement officials in their districts marks the latest upheaval at the Justice Department since Trump took office last month. While career Justice Department officials typically remain in their roles across administrations, dozens in cities like Washington and New York have either resigned or been fired by since Trump's inauguration. Trump critics have continued to raise concerns about recent actions by the DOJ, including Attorney General Pam Bondi issuing a directive to review the federal prosecution of Trump as part of a broader initiative to overhaul the DOJ, which Trump has long claimed is biased against conservatives. An email sent from the White House to Biden's remaining U.S. attorneys last week read, "At the direction of President Donald J. Trump, I am writing to inform you that your position as U.S. attorney is terminated effective immediately." In response, the U.S. Attorney for the District of Maryland, Eric Barron, sent out an office-wide farewell email in which he wrote, "As many of you may know by now, My time with the U.S. Attorney's Office for the District of Maryland has come to an end. It has been an honor to lead. Blah blah blah. Okay, so here's my question, and I guess we need a lawyer to know this, but is the only if this is legal, does that mean that anytime a president appoints a judge, theoretically the next president can just fire them? And does that mean that the only reason that that hasn't been happening is because of just like norms rather than laws? Like, the reason Obama didn't fire Bush's judges was because of norms. The reason Trump one didn't fire Obama's judges is because of norms. Judges are different. Oh, attorneys versus judges. Oh, okay. Thank you guys. I understand. Thank you for clearing that up.
Attorneys are hired, I guess, and then judges are appointed. Is that the difference?
That's what it sounds like.
Attorneys are either hired or elected, like the district attorney. Not sure. I don't know that much about the legal system. I wish I did. Want to do a different field.
We've been meaning to meet what's his name? Law of the Wild, is that his name?
Yeah.
Yeah,
You never met Law?
I have not met him yet. So
No. I'll send this to him real quick.
okay.
So if you can't pull him in here. I got Rolo too.
Rolo. Do I know Rolo?
Yeah. He's an immigration attorney.
I don't know if I've met him either. We're all just here in this little corner of TikTok.
Yeah, Rolo or Law of the Wild. Those guys are great. So, Trump has so Trump just lost an appeal. Oh shit! Hold on. Somebody just called on my other advice. Trump just lost an appeal saying that he can't end birthright citizenship. Now, this isn't a good thing because it is a good thing but he lost it at the state level. Now, this is just setting it up to go to the Supreme Court.
Yeah.
And the reason why I say it's not a good thing is I don't have confidence in the Supreme Court right now. I think they're really this is what they need to do away with the 14th Amendment, and it scares the shit out of me. This just happened. It was I mean, it's specifically targeting citizenship of certain children of immigrants. So they're trying to take away people's birthright citizenship. It's one of the worst things I can think of happening right now. They're trying to scrap the Constitution.
I will say, I've said it before, and I still feel this way. I have zero faith in Alito or Thomas. I think they'll literally do
Roberts.
Whatever. Yeah, Roberts is looking that way too. But I really cannot see Amy Coney Barrett or Neil Gorsuch essentially just repealing the 14th Amendment. I mean, it's possible, but I would have to. I'd have to see it to believe it. Like I still have faith that that at least there's some like legal honor. I don't know, amongst the at least those two. And I mean, I guess even with those two, that would still be a 5-4 decision, right?
I thought you were going to say honor among thieves, which would have been fitting.
Yeah. That's what we thought about Roe v. Wade. Well, I don't know if that's what I thought about Roe v. Wade, but that's fair.
Did you hear there was a California fire captain? She was one of the fire captains of the Los Angeles fire. She was actually out of San Diego, though. She was found. She was stabbed and unalived in her house. It was because of domestic violence.
Damn, no, I hadn't heard about that.
Let me see. Did you want to go over Donald Trump's tweet to Zelensky?
Yeah, I mean, we could probably spend an hour talking about the Ukraine and Russia.
It's freaking maddening. Like everything he says in it, it's just like, God bless it. What are you trying to do? He's essentially warning Zelensky. I'm giving it up for Russia. You know,
Yeah.
this is my bootlicking song to Russia.
Which
it says, think of it. Oh, go ahead.
yeah, I was just gonna say, which for those that have been watching, and MAGA that were like, no, he'll figure a solution. This is exactly what I told you guys would happen. Like exactly to a T.
He's doing the same thing. Like it's not the same thing he's doing to Gaza, but essentially, like he wants the natural resources off the coast, and he wants to be able to set up a what do you call it, Gaza Lago. I mean, people are literally using these words right now, and that's not only despicable. Um, you're destroying a culture, and now he's doing the exact same thing in Ukraine. He's going to allow Russia to come in, take over, and he's going to negotiate for 51% of their mineral rights. That's what he's asking for. That's what he's going to the table trying to get. And it's wild to think that that's an actual thing that you would ask for as a concession from
Yeah.
an invaded nation. But
We're gonna go
there's
ahead.
this thing.
Oh, go ahead.
Oh, go ahead. You
I was
got
gonna.
something?
I'm gonna read the article. So
Oh yeah, for sure.
okay. For the past 3 years, this is on NPR. For the past 3 years, the U.S. has been Ukraine's leading supporter in its war with Russia. Yet, with a series of blunt comments, President Trump is now sounding more aligned with Russia than Ukraine. Trump, writing on social media, used his strongest language to date in describing Ukraine's president, Volodymyr Zelensky. A dictator without elections, Zelensky better move fast or he is not going to have a country left. So, as a heads up, this terminology, calling Zelensky a dictator, is downwind from Tucker Carlson. Tucker Carlson started calling him a dictator because they suspended elections due to the war, and now Trump is using the same terminology. And Tucker Carlson is I'm convinced Tucker Carlson is paid by Moscow, but for those that don't know, just a little bit of digging will show that it's actually like in the Ukrainian constitution that they can't hold elections if there's I think it's if during martial law, and martial law needs to be declared for X reason. Like if you actually look at their laws, Zelensky didn't do anything illegal when they didn't hold that election. That's number one. Number two, Donald Trump. I don't know if they'll go over this in this article, but Donald Trump cited that Zelensky had a 4% approval rating. Just a complete falsehood. Zelensky's approval rating in Ukraine is over 50%. Anyway. Okay.
People were saying I have an echo. Do I have an echo?
I don't hear one.
No. You don't hear?
Oh,
Couple
I do.
people
I
were
just
saying
heard
in
it.
the com-
I just heard it.
Oh shit. All right. Do you want me to rejoin or?
I only heard it that one time.
Okay.
Yeah,
Cool.
I think you're fine. Okay.
Yeah. So his Truth Social post, he went pretty hard on it, and like you said, I mean, we could spend an hour on it. I don't want to, but he did. I mean, he called him not only a dictator. So this is interesting. We understand why Ukraine isn't having elections right now is because they're literally being invaded. It's kind of hard to have elections if your town's being bombed. You don't want to go out to the polls, you know. That's a place that they would target. But anyway, so he's calling him a dictator for that reason alone. He says, think of it, a modestly successful comedian. Zelensky talked the United States of America into spending $350 billion to go into a war that couldn't be won. Never should have never started, but a war that he, without the United States and Trump, will never be able to settle. The United States has spent $200 billion more than Europe, and Europe's money is guaranteed, while the United States will get nothing back. We don't. Why didn't a sleepy Joe Biden demand equalization, and that this war is far more important to Europe than it is to us? Like, I think we really need to emphasize history and like the isolationism that we had in the 1920s, 30s, and 40s, and one of the reasons why the mustache guy was able to take over Europe was because we didn't get involved. That was one of the main reasons why he was able to move so far into Western Europe that he was because of our isolationism, and that's exactly what he's setting up right now. Let's see what else he goes over. A dictator without elections. I'm skipping a little bit. A dictator without elections. Zelensky better move faster. Is not going to have a country left. In the meantime, we are successfully negotiating it into the war with Russia. Something I'll admit only Trump and the Trump administration can do. So he's going to Saudi Arabia. Marco Rubio went to Saudi Arabia and had negotiations with the people from Russia. Without Zelensky or representation from Ukraine in the negotiations. And one of the things, the speculations that Donald Trump wanted was 51% of the mineral rights to Ukraine. This is unacceptable. This is completely unacceptable. And now he's saying that he started this war He should have been able to finish it within 3 years. He probably wants to keep the gravy train going, saying we're spending billions of dollars. We're just literally sending aid and military weapons. He loves Donald Trump loves Ukraine, but Zelensky has done a terrible job. His country is shattered, and millions have unnecessarily unalived. That's the post. I mean, he's blaming everything on Zelensky and not Putin.
Yeah, I mean, this is it's like direct Russian propaganda being espoused by the president of the United States right now. Not to mention, Tulsi Gabbard has been putting in the legwork for Russia in her capacity. But I'm going to keep reading the NPR article.
Sure.
Okay. With limited room for maneuver, Zelensky has said relatively little. He did strike a nerve when he said Wednesday that Trump seemed to be living in a Russian-created disinformation space. Trump is pushing for a rapid end to the Russia-Ukraine war, which began with the limited Russian invasion in 2014 and escalated dramatically with a full-scale invasion in 2020. The Biden administration stitched together a coalition of more than 50 nations, most of them European, that coordinated military and political efforts to assist Ukraine against the much larger Russian military. In the past week, Trump has also reached out to Russia, which had been isolated by the Biden administration and most of the West. Trump called Russian leader Vladimir Putin, and the U.S. president sent his Secretary of State Marco Rubio and other top aides to meet their Russian counterparts in Saudi Arabia for preliminary discussions. President Trump has suggested that he and Putin could meet soon. During his presidential campaign, Trump made it clear his desire to negotiate a ceasefire, but his rapid-fire developments in recent days may have taken many aback, including Ukrainians. In the capital, Kiev, Olena Tokavenko, a 47-year-old lawyer, said Trump is acting like he owns Ukraine. Maybe Trump can just tell us who to elect and maybe even offer his own candidate, she said sarcastically. Maybe, though, we should not ask Trump but Putin what to do. This could cut out the middleman, because this is Russia's policy coming through Trump. Exactly. 100%. Everything he said was right down to like the same verbiage that Putin and Putin puppets like Tucker Carlson abused. The idea that the U.S. sounds supportive of Russian positions is shocking to Ukrainians who have staked the survival of their country on Western support. Ukraine had been holding regular elections since gaining independence from the Soviet Union in 1991. Zelensky, who won in a landslide vote in 2019, would have been up for re-election last year, but Ukraine is under martial law due to Russia's war on the country and did not hold elections. In Washington, Andrew Weiss, with the Carnegie Endowment for International Peace, said Russia and Ukraine are both interested in a ceasefire, though they have very different demands. The Ukrainians would want and would support a clean ceasefire where there are no preconditions. It's just the fighting stops. Weiss, who worked for the Clinton and George W. Bush administration, said that would favor the Ukrainians because there would be no restrictions on the Western ability to resupply them and help them create a new military that would be able to deter future Russian aggression. In contrast, he said, the Russians are pressing for a big ceasefire that would include caps on the size of the Ukraine's military. It would impose strict limits on Western cooperation with Ukraine, and it would close the door to Ukraine's membership in NATO. So, Ukraine ceasefire, Ukraine's demands are essentially just pure ceasefire, nothing else. And that does favor Ukraine for the reasons that they just stated. But Russia's demands for a ceasefire are essentially half of their demands for an end to the war. Like a big thing that Putin wants is to close the door on Ukraine's membership to NATO. So the idea that would be contingent in the ceasefire should be a non-starter. He said the Russians are appealing to Trump by suggesting a ceasefire would restore more normal U.S.-Russian ties with benefits for both the U.S. and Russia. The Russians have been very good at dangling opportunities in front of... Is this... Let me get closer for you guys. I'm sorry. I just realized how small this was. The Russians have been very good at dangling opportunities in front of the Trump administration. Maybe we should resume strategic nuclear arms control discussions. Maybe the United States and Russia can work together to stabilize global oil markets, Weiss said. The price, of course, would be for the United States to curtail the support we've been providing to Ukraine, he added. The Russians have a great expression. The only free cheese is in a mousetrap. Reminder, Aaron Parnas interviews Congress at Capitol Hill tonight doing Q&A. Hey, Dan, I missed you. Just got picked up back. Hey, Sue. What's up?
It's only free cheese for the second mouse.
Yeah, exactly. Some top Russian figures Sorry guys, we normally don't read full articles, but I feel like there's just so much going on with the Russia Ukraine thing. I'd rather just get it in a nice cohesive thing. Some top Russian figures say they are thrilled with Trump's approach, exceeding their hopes. Dmitry M, a former Russian president who's now deputy chairman of Russia's Security Council, wrote on X, if you told me just 3 months ago that these would be the words of the U.S. president, I would have laughed out loud. In the U.S., many Republicans have said little or nothing about Trump's moves. However, some are making clear they still strongly support Ukraine. Mike Pence is one of them, by the way. Obviously, Mike Pence isn't in any position of power, but Mike Pence has come out strongly denouncing Trump's words. President Zelensky need not and must not have any deal forced upon him by any outside nation that does not guarantee the security and sovereignty of the Ukrainian people. Rep. Brian Fitzgerald, Republican from Pennsylvania, wrote on X. Fitzgerald is a co-chair of, by the way, Trump and MAGA will call any Republican that does not agree with abandoning Ukraine a part of the deep state. Just, I'm giving you guys the playbook coming up. This is what we're going to hear. When I bring up the fact that there are Republicans that are against this, they're going to call these people the deep state. Just letting y'all know. Fitzpatrick is a co-chair of the Congressional Ukraine Caucus in the House, which has around 100 members. He said the House and Senate both have bipartisan majorities who are ready, willing, and able to do whatever it takes to prevent communist dictator Vladimir Putin from being rewarded for his illegal invasion, raping, kidnapping, torturing, and murdering of the Ukrainian people. We will use every lever and every vote at our disposal, regardless of personal or political consequences. So, I mean, I guess that's a tiny, tiny silver lining.
Wait,
Thank you for the level up, Stork.
Russia is Russia using communist as a pejorative?
No, this is the
That's
our
fucking
U.S.
weird.
rep. Wait, no, this is our U.S. rep right here.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. It's a Republican using it as a pejorative, not Russia.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah. Elon calling for dismantling ISS because astronaut publicly called him a liar. Love that for us. Oh, is there a Dean raid? Welcome in, Dean Raiders.
Dean Raid.
All right.
Yeah,
Did you?
I don't actually have a news story on this, but we're aware that Elon Musk is now going into NASA and attacking NASA, trying to dismantle them. What's the other big rocket company that sends stuff up into space in America and probably get all the government contracts for it now that NASA's been defunded and stripped out? Will that be SpaceX?
I believe
it's going to be SpaceX.
I think SpaceX is going to be getting those.
No, not Blue Origin. I think Blue Origin's going to run into some trouble soon. SpaceX is going to.
Yeah, something tells me SpaceX is going to do really good under this administration.
Yeah.
I can't put my finger on what.
Something. Senator Mitch McConnell is retiring. Thank God. 2016. We only have to deal with him for a little bit longer. The devil it's kind of scary. Who knows what to replace him with?
Yeah, I mean,
Dolly.
I was just going to say Mitch McConnell for all his faults. I don't think is one of the sycophants. He voted against RFK. He the only reason he didn't vote for Trump's second impeachment was for like Gerald Ford type reasons. He openly denounced January 6th, and although he's the architect of the overturn of Roe v. Wade and a terrible human being, and I hope he gets the afterlife he deserves. He can be replaced with worse for those that are happy by this news. Unfortunately.
Yeah, Mitch McConnell's going to start doing a lot of pushback, I think.
Well, yeah, now that he's retiring, of course.
Yeah, now the only reason to do it is because he's not running again. But that does not make him a good guy. I promise.
Yeah, thank you, Tic Tac. Just so we're clear, I hate Mitch McConnell with every fiber of my being. I'm just saying, it can get worse.
It can get worse. So we're aware Kash Patel is now the FBI director. He is one of the worst conspiracy theorists I've ever listened to. Have you heard his interviews? Like, he's all about the vaccines. He's all about January 6th was set up by Antifa. Like, anything and everything that comes out of Marjorie Taylor Greene's mouth is also repeated by him. And now he's got a grander stage than Marjorie.
Yeah,
I think because he's got law enforcement behind it, and that's scary. That scares the shit out of me.
No, it's very scary. Kash Patel was Honestly, I think my biggest fear of the nominees for the cabinet. Really, really
Yeah.
crazy.
If I ever go missing, just know I'm a very happy man. It was Cash Patel, guys. It was Cash Patel.
The I saw a comment that said this isn't even a presidential cabinet; it's a junk drawer. So, was that corny?
I don't
I'm
know.
sorry.
I think Hegseth was a big one. I think that was huge for me. With the
Hegseth is
like legit the
yeah.
legit white supremacist tattoos. I can't get over that, man. Like he has an 88 tattooed on his chest or on his arm. I can't get past that.
So
That's
no, I get it. Listen, I get it. So we have Hegseth being not only extremely unequipped to for that position, but being a white supremacist. We have Tulsi Gabbard being a Russian asset as the national security advisor. We have RFK in that position, genuinely risking bringing back essentially dead diseases. The if he rolls back the treatment of tuberculosis right now, we set tuberculosis research and progress back like 50 years. The thing about Kash Patel that scares me so much is that Kash Patel can genuinely lead to the end of freedom of speech and the effective end of freedom of speech in this country. And while all four of the people I just mentioned are horribly dangerous in their own ways, that really scares me because the end of freedom of speech will just lead to a worse Hegseth in the future, a worse Tulsi Gabbard in the future, a worse RFK in the future. Um, but yeah, I mean, it's not a contest; they're all horrible. So, oh, Pam Bondi, yeah, Pam Bondi's another really bad one.
I hate this timeline. So we had another American Airlines. It wasn't a crash. They just had a landing that was supposed to be okay. It actually landed all right, but all the passengers before it landed were told that they need to brace for impact. That there was a lot of turbulence and that they were going to have a rough landing. Obviously, nothing happened. Everything came out okay, but this is directly after we just saw a United Airlines plane flip on the runway and land on its head. So, I mean, we've had what? This is now eight crashes in total, and how many? I couldn't even tell you how many emergency landings. We had two in Marana, Arizona, yesterday. I think it was a mid-air collision. They said, fucking wild. This is getting crazy, man. With the FAA being gutted. Was it Delta? I thought it was United. My bad. It was Delta. They're saying I misquoted. Um, but yeah, I mean, we're at we had 16 years of no commercial airline major incidences, and then we've had 7 in the last 30 days. It's pretty impressive, actually. I don't know how they did it that quick.
Yeah.
Um,
Pete Buttigieg must have been just picking planes out of the sky and keeping them safe this whole time.
DEI. I'll be honest with you. I'm not flying on a plane nowadays unless it is a DEI hire flying it. That's going to be a requirement when I call Southwest from now on.
Yeah, for real. Oh, I got something for Chad as well. Hold on. This is I need Maga to look at this. Maga, come take a look. Somebody come look at this. USDA says it accidentally fired officials working on bird flu and is now trying to rehire them. Are we being for real right now? Like,
yeah, accident, quote unquote.
Sonia, thank you for the $1.
They accidentally fired all the the National Nuclear Watchmen too. The guys who take care of our nuclear weapons.
Yep.
Make sure that.
I saw that too.
Oh my God, what is happening?
Hold on.
And then so that's the. I'm
Go
not
ahead.
sure which is worse though, that they actually did it or they announced that they did it. Because now everybody knows this is a good time to attack.
Yeah, for real. Associated Press.
We are exactly 1 month today into Donald Trump's administration. So we're looking at 30 days in, or 31 days in, and 9 days total of golfing. He's been golfing a total of 20% of his entire
Oh,
administration.
I'll pull that up too. Hold on, Trump golf track. Yeah, so we got price of eggs, price of gas.
29%.
But yeah, 29% of his presidency has been golfing. If y'all want to know how much that costs, well, actually, you know what's funny? It's kind of like nobody would want to know, right? Because those on the left recognize that it's a waste of money, and those on the right wouldn't care. It's kind of like doesn't really matter. But millions of dollars of taxpayer money, right doesn't care. As long as we don't feed hungry children at school. So
as long as those kids ain't getting lunch in school.
Yeah. Southwest Airlines is eliminating 1,750 jobs, or 15% of its corporate workforce, in the first major layoffs in the company's 53-year history. The Dallas-based airline said Monday. Sonia, is this the article you sent me? Because I just Googled it. Thank you for the $1. Yes. Okay. Good.
So they're experiencing some troubles, huh?
Yeah.
You know something interesting about Southwest? Do you know why they're the only airline company in America that did well after 9/11?
I did not know that.
So after 9/11, we had a lot of price influxes within our gas because, we were going to war with the Middle East. So our gas prices spiked pretty high, specifically jet fuel. Well, what Southwest had done a few years prior to 9/11 is they had hedged their bets on jet fuel and bought it out at like 20 years, 25 years, I think it was. And they said, hey, we will buy this jet fuel for $5 a gallon or whatever the deal was. I'm just throwing out numbers. $5 a gallon for the next 25 years, but you can never raise the price of it. We'll pay, because at the price, let's say the price was at $3 a gallon at the time. Southwest came in and they made them an offer for a 20-year lease on gasoline and said, hey, we will pay this much, which was like $2-3 over price per gallon on it for this amount of time. And then shortly after that, 9/11 happened, because what they based it on was the steady increase of gasoline over a 20-year period. And then 9/11 happened, causing the price to spike instantly. And a lot of the other companies couldn't keep up, and they started losing a lot of money on airlines because, one, people were afraid to fly. Two, gas was extremely expensive. Southwest got away with it because they were still paying cheap prices on gas because they had hedged their bets a few years before.
That is an interesting fact.
Yeah, good stuff. My family worked in the airline business. That's the only reason I know that. But there's also a Project 2025 tracker. If you want to take a look at that, it's project2025.observer, and it actually goes over all the overall progress of not only Project 2025, but what the Trump administration has actually done with it. So far on the USAID, they've had 6 objectives, and 100% of that
100%. Yeah,
Yep. The overall progress out of 295 policies that Project 2025 wanted to admit or
implement,
84 of them have already been done.
41 in progress.
Yeah, this is wild, man. So they're keeping up. Like I know nothing about 2025. Yeah, let's talk about this. This is Christian nationalism within our country. We need to fight it every step of the way. If you see it, smack it down. Even if you have to look like a fool, because there's a good possibility you're going to be the only one who's speaking out against it. Continue to speak out against it.
I
It gets
really
into
like
a
this.
lot.
I really like this website. It's horrifying, of course, but this has like not only does it have the track, but it shows the objectives and the thing that passed them. Chat, this is Project 2025.observer. All right.
So
I've noticed.
All I had, man.
Oh, I'm sorry. That's all you had?
That's all I had. It's been busy. It's been.
It has been busy. Can we put it in the Discord? Yeah, I'm gonna put it in the Discord right now. Actually, I'm gonna put it in the post 2024 election sources. Actually, looks like somebody's typing. Maybe they're beating me to it. Okay. Project 2025 dot observer. I forgot how to make links in Discord. I'm sorry, but I posted it. It's just not in link form. Okay, so it looks like MAGA has entered the chat, which is cool. I appreciate the extra viewership. But maybe we'll do an impromptu debate or two because there's a lot of dumb comments here.
Did you see the White House video for deportation ASMR?
Thank you for what ASMR?
It's absolutely disgusting. It's called deportation ASMR. It was posted on the White House page, and it's literally a video of them locking immigrants up and putting them on planes, and you hear the chains clinking as they do it.
Okay, I'm about to be in a very bad mood.
Yeah, extremely inhumane.
White House posts video of immigrants in shackles calling deportation footage ASMR. ASMR illegal alien deportation flight. I don't know what's happening up here, chat. I don't know why this is bugging out. What is that? Oh, I see what it was. Okay. Yeah, I mean, do I even want to play it? Like, this actually.
It's disgusting.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not. It's sad music with people getting locked up in chains. It's very dehumanizing.
Yeah, I don't think I want to play that. Not only is it going to be potentially triggering for people in chat, but I'm very close to livid just thinking about this as being posted by our White House. So
I actually made a post. If you guys, if anybody wants to follow me on Blue Sky, you can. It's Tic Tac Original. I go over there. I update probably 2 or 3 times a day. But I had a post over there, and I wrote it kind of. I did it kind of like it was a diary. I said, dear diary. They started locking up immigrants today. They used planes instead of trains this time. And that's exactly what we're seeing. We're seeing like they're taking them to Panama. They're locking them up in hotels over in Panama. That's coming out. News is coming out that the influx of Panama. They can't tolerate the people that they're putting over there, causing inhumane conditions, as well as the. I mean, they're putting them in Gitmo. We know. We know what happens when they take them off American soil, because then they don't qualify for constitutional rights anymore, and it allows the American government to do things that they wouldn't have been allowed to do on our soil. So, you guys sleep good at night? Only with narcotics, friend. Only with narcotics.
Okay. As a warning, if I bring up MAGA, I'm not really looking to debate. I think I'm just going to vent all of my frustrations. So if you don't want to get yelled at, maybe drop out of the box, because that last piece of news really pissed me off. All right, Tic Tac, thank you so much for coming up and helping us with news today.
No worries, man.
Also, congratulations again on your your instant grandfatherhood. That's awesome.
It's the weirdest shit ever.
Genuinely,
man. Especially when other people say it. But yeah, I appreciate you, man. Thanks for having me up. You guys be safe. Take care of yourself.
You as well.
And don't forget, kids. Nobody gains civil rights by asking for them nicely. I'm just saying. You guys take care.
You too. Yes, I'm loving that chat. W Tic Tac. I missed it too. What was it? I'll pull it back up. I'm not gonna play the video, but I'll pull back up the title. And if this doesn't horrify you, you're actually like a garbage person. You should probably be euthanized. If this doesn't piss you off, then you have no empathy. You have no soul. On their official accounts too. Yeah. Yeah. I sent this to my mom yesterday, who is MAGA. She didn't get it. I think she's lost her humanity, unfortunately. All right. Here we go. Chat, we're about to get to bullet 3. Here it is.
Dano.
What the fuck is wrong with people like you? How does that article not piss you off?
Well, we're a country of laws,
Okay.
not
You can eat
feelings.
my ass. Piece of shit. Go on to the next guest.
Hey.
Hi, how are you?
I'm not MAGA. Let me just say that. Sorry. I don't want to get yelled at. I'm not MAGA. I just saw. I saw a tweet. Let me just read it out to you. Democratic Rep. Robert Garcia has published a letter sent to him by Trump's Department of Justice threatening to potentially prosecute him for criticizing Elon Musk. So, yeah, that's the weaponization starting of the Justice Department. And it's still, yeah, it's really upsetting.
Can you read me the rep again?
Yeah, Democratic Rep. Robert Garcia.
Robert Garcia.
Yeah. This is Brian Tyler
Trump's
Cohen.
DOJ threatens Dem congressman who shared Elon Musk dick pic.
Elon Musk what?
According to I don't know what the News Republic is. Maybe this is a bad website. Hold on. DOJ sends letter to Democratic lawmaker over Elon Musk criticism.
Yes.
Representative Robert Garcia said the United States Attorney, part of the DOJ, sent him a letter asking for clarification on his comments about Elon Musk. Let me see what these comments were.
It was, he called him a dick.
All right.
And then
we're going to read this together, chat. The letter raised concerns about Garcia's comments on CNN earlier in February when he said, "What the American public wants is for us to bring actual weapons to this bar fight." Garcia, in a press release, described the letter as part of an effort to silence individuals willing to oppose Elon Musk and Donald Trump's dangerous overreach. So he's using a metaphor here, obviously, referring to Democrats fighting back against fascism. I could tell that just from the one quote, let alone I imagine if we watch the interview, there's going to be context. So, yeah.
Yeah,
great.
I mean,
love that for us.
They're like acting like it's not a metaphor when it's like clearly a metaphor, and then trying to pass it off as a threat so they can like try to politically persecute him. So it's ridiculous.
Welcome in, Dean Raiders. Welcome in. Welcome in. All right, Evan. I appreciate you sharing that.
Yeah. Have a nice night.
You as well. Anyone else, by the way, that has a news story they want to go over, whether it's because it's super important and we didn't go over it, or whether you want me to fact check it or anything like that, feel free to request up. MAGA, I'm not doing debates tonight. I'm just doing dress downs. So you're going to get an earful if you come up. I'm essentially going to need you either need to denounce this or I'm going to insult you personally. I'm just letting you know. Tonight's the night, not the night for debates. Tonight, not the night for conversations. I've had enough. So, if you're friendly, come up with some news or comments. If you're MAGA, get ready to be yelled at. Which I mean, I guess you guys like subjugation. You guys definitely have a humiliation kink. You definitely have a king kink because clearly you want a king, you want a dictator. So maybe you guys are still gonna come up. We'll see.
Hello.
Hey, welcome up.
How are you doing, Dan?
I'm doing.
That's always good. A few questions here. One of the first ones. Recently, one of the biggest talking points I've been hearing has been talking about the original intent when it comes to the birthright citizenship clause with the 14th Amendment. Um, how to what do you have any like contentions with that? Because personally, I think that this case has been revisited before and it's been like upheld by the Supreme Court.
hmm
I'm not sure what the what the new contention is.
Yeah. So I'm glad you brought that up. So
Yeah.
their argument is that the original intent was for freed slaves, and
Yeah.
so the original intent should be relevant to the discussion about whether birthright citizenship is constitutional. The problem
Yeah.
with that is that while that was the main reason for the amendment, if you go back and look at the notes from the debates for this amendment, like actually in Congress,
Yeah.
they talk about what it would mean in terms of immigration, and they acknowledge it. It's not like this surprising circumstance that
Yeah.
we're just dealing with now. It's in. I saved it. I saved a TikTok that goes over all of the references, and we could go over that if MAGA ever wants to claim that they that there's a legal standard for getting rid of birthright citizenship other than the fact that they're racist. I'd love to just
Okay,
show them that.
so you said original intent TikTok. I'll see if I can find it. That's like the biggest thing there. Our founding fathers, as well as like the people who are usually like ratifying these amendments or deciding to add something new, think of a lot of like there's so many debates that happen over these things. Of course, there's gonna be thought of illegal immigration or people come over here and have anchor babies. I have no idea why we think that they'd just like throw that on their minds. Um, Jesus. But you know, everything with Trump is 4D chess. The reason why he was violating the Constitution was so that it can be sent over to the Supreme Court, so then it can actually get interpreted the right way instead of going through the the legislative process like it is to ratify an amendment.
Here we go. I was able to pull up the thing from the TikTok, so you don't even have
Yeah.
to look it up on TikTok. Congressional debate on the 14th Amendment. And this is going to go over. It has the sources for the actual 39th Congress when they talked about it,
Mhm.
and their key speeches. John Bingham. There's going to be a bunch of other old white guys that debated this, and the idea of immigrants having children here and then those children becoming citizens was discussed, which means that this is not just a surprise that we like a surprising consequence of the original intent. This was
Mhm.
always in the discussion, and MAGA is just a bunch of racists. So
That's fair. Do you post any of your like other sources?
yeah, so we have a source doc in the link tree in my bio. It should be the
Mhm.
first link. It's like over 100 pages at this point. Shout
Yeah.
out to the Discord who posts a lot of these sources, and shout out to my mod Mim who compiles all the sources in the source doc. But
Mhm.
yeah, there's over 100 pages of sources in there. And that's 100 pages of like the links to the sources. So God
Yeah.
knows how many pages are actually if you count them all.
Holy hell. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna
Yeah.
have to go through.
It's organized though, so you don't have to. You'll be able to go to what you want to look for.
Yeah, hopefully. Last one. How do we like recently I've been noticing that almost everything has an out right now. Donald Trump cannot be held accountable for any of his actions. No matter what he does, it's either the deep state working against him. If you criticize him, there's Trump derangement syndrome. Everybody in his cabinet is secretly working against him. The 91 indictments that he was facing was obviously the Democratic establishment that was just too afraid to have him there. Now, like we're like putting in a ton of distrust into like media organizations that don't agree with him. Um, I just don't know like how far we can go until it's just like okay, maybe this guy's doing something bad.
The reality is it's clear that there's no line that MAGA doesn't have a line. He can go as far as he wants with them. They welcome him with open arms and open rectums. So there's no line for them. The question is where the line would be for the 5-ish% of swing voters in this country.
Yeah,
And
like my point exactly here. Lubronsky, Coy sounds like the daily MSNBC viewer. Like the disconnect is just absolutely insane. It's just like no matter what you say, it's like okay, CNN, MSNBC, nothing
yeah,
else.
and it's not like nothing you said is false. Like everything you said is the reality in front of us. Doesn't matter if it was said on CNN or you don't know how many times like I'll pull up a CNN article just because the CNN article is reporting on a Trump quote. Like it's a picture of Trump and it's a
Yeah.
video of Trump saying the thing, and they're like, "Ha, CNN." Bro,
Yeah.
it's in his own words. Like, what does it even matter? But yeah, they've been tamed into just ignoring anything that isn't from their echo chamber. It's really
Yeah,
scary.
of course. And like the biggest issue I have right now is like no matter what happened, like his original intent could be things like lowering grocery prices or whatever, and he says he can get those down, and then he does things like threaten tariffs, and it's like okay, well an increase in price is actually American now. It's patriotic to pay more for these goods, and as long as like for me pretty much, as long as the other person or like the liberal is suffering a lot more, it really doesn't matter.
Yes, you're right.
It's super unfortunate.
It's yeah, and it's
I
it's
feel
one
like
of
it's
the reasons I'm there right now. So
Yeah.
no one says that. Whoopin', go take a look at right wing Twitter, okay? When they're
Oh,
talking about, I don't give a fuck about grocery prices. We're exposing the fraud and waste in the government. Go take a look at right wing Twitter and see the bending over, see the bending over backwards that they're doing to justify the increase in grocery prices.
Yeah. Biggest issue with Doge. Like obviously there's like things like government spending that we could clearly cut back on. I don't think anybody has an issue with that. I think my biggest issue is like the repackaging of public information and pretending like this is some new breakthrough.
Ooh, I love the way you said that. The repackaging of public information. That's really good.
Yeah.
I'm going to use that.
All of this is publicly known information. For example, the most recent Social Security information that just came out, where it's like people who are 236 years old receiving Social Security payments. That's just not true. These people haven't been confirmed as being deceased, so they're technically still there on the record, but they're not receiving payments. I'm not sure what the cutoff is for Social Security anymore, but I know it's like after a reasonable living date, you no longer receive payments unless you've been if you haven't been confirmed as alive. But none of these ITN people, or none of these people with the numbers are receiving any payments. But they just like eat it up, and
Yeah.
even like a government website now just has links to Twitter,
Yeah. Yeah.
and that's the entire source here. Just random bullshit tweets, and then we use this as evidence of something.
Yeah. It's it's so crazy because it's like all Doge is revealing is that regular Americans don't know anything about the government. That's
Yeah.
it. Which
Oh,
is
yeah.
which is fine. I don't blame them. But when Doge is just like, okay, well, this was openly available information, and we're gonna pretend like this is fraud. Here you go.
Mhm.
It's we're living in idiocracy. Yeah, actually, I couldn't have said it better myself. That's really what it is.
Oh Jesus!
Why are
Yeah.
Democrats mad Trump is exposing corruption? Rick, if Congress confirms money to go to X thing, right? And we voted for those Congress members, that's not corruption. Just because it's something that you don't agree with doesn't mean it's corruption. I hope that helped.
We have a representative democracy for a reason. If you're upset with the way that this works, then I'm sorry for America working. Like it makes zero sense. But it's unfortunately I think things have to get like a lot worse before things get better.
That's optimistic because I think things are getting a lot worse and just not better. But
Maybe.
yeah.
Yeah. Oh geez, there's something else. Oh yeah. The way that like Americans don't understand how this stuff works. Yeah, this is really, really, really bad. I think
Yeah, like this guy right here.
Thanks, Obama.
Red Rosie,
Thanks,
thank you for the
Obama.
sub. Lou Bronsky, defending fraud is truly a new low for Dems. The problem is you don't know what the word fraud means. So just like when Trump was able to rebrand fake news to just be news that points out bad things he's done, Elon has been able to rebrand fraud as congressionally approved funds for things that he doesn't agree with. And you guys eat it up because you're in a cult. That is a fact. Name the fact. Actually, Lou Bronsky, come up and point out a single piece of fraud. A single piece. And if you provide evidence for that piece of fraud, I will become a Republican and I'll vote for Trump in his fourth term. Come up, please.
I think they're gonna bring up like the Pentagon not being able to pass an audit and consider that as fraud.
Well, that isn't something that was discovered now. This is something that
No,
we've
it's
known.
not.
Yeah, this is something that we've known
This has
for,
been around for a while.
for I want to say like 12 years.
Yeah.
So
Oh, there's another thing. So biggest like like the cross examination I like to do here. So it's good now when the head executive, is allowed to consider like whatever Congress passes through as fraud. But when it came to, I think it was like Kamala Harris and Tim Walz one time were talking about like cracking down on misinformation. Oh, no, no, no. When they want to interpret something really, really bad, when Trump does, it's fine. It's passable. It's permissible. Um, it's just so weird, and I don't know how Trump was able to do it. I think he just came in at like the right time. But
Yeah,
the
I
thing
don't
is,
think it's 4D
it's
chess.
so
I think he just
stupid.
fell ass backwards into
Yeah, the thing is, like, Trump is really dumb. Like, it's really unfortunate to say that we have a dumb president.
No,
Um,
I said this before, and I know. Okay, so this is gonna sound a little unhinged, but I almost wish Trump was like smarter, because
yeah,
like so many people want to like make these really cool comparisons to like different pieces of media, and compare him to like the villain in these pieces of media, but it always makes the villains look so bad. It's like we're
yeah,
really gonna
it's
descend into fascism by this buffoon.
yeah,
Like at least be cool, at least be
right.
like a
Because at least
smart,
when like
cool villain, like Littlefinger or
the
something.
Nationalist Socialist Party was able to do all this, Schmittler was at least like good with public speaking. He at least had like a plan when it come to restabilizing Germany's economy, or like remilitarizing like the Rhineland.
Yeah.
Trump is just incoherent nonsense. Like if I were to take like a ton of MAGA supporters and put them in a room with like an animator or something and have them like describe Trump, you would see somebody like the most intelligent and brilliant person in the world. And this guy's talking about sending condoms to Gaza for Hamas.
Yeah.
And
House
remember,
of
this
Cards,
is
Kevin
the White
Spacey. Yeah, that's a
House.
good example.
Remember, this is the White House. This isn't like, local college area got like something wrong. This is the White House, and the press secretary is now just lying about where congressional funds are going.
It would be cool if he was House of Cards Kevin Spacey, but he's actually American.
Exactly.
He's actually American Beauty Kevin Spacey, and but the effects are the same. Oh my god.
Oh, because I mean, at least with like, at least with Kevin Spacey there, at least he's like really, really good with his deception. At least his corruption is like, oh my goodness, this is so cool. With Trump, it's like this guy got impeached twice. The first time was for like trying to withhold aid from Ukraine, and then the second time was like a failed self coup. And this is really the guy who's going to start dismantling our checks and balances.
Right. Yeah, it's like sad actually. Like at that point, like it should be scary, but it's scary and sad because it's like, damn.
Yeah.
So not only are we
It doesn't feel
losing our
emotionally
democracy, but it's to
satisfying.
this. It's the like
Yeah.
we really let this happen.
Because
Yeah.
at least oh geez, at least like the pushing upwards that I know that most Republicans
Hold
or
on,
like
Koya.
conservatives are feeling.
I'm so sorry. We have a dumb comment alert. Bow, 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 bow. Impeached? He didn't get impeached. Yes, he did get impeached. This is a simple Google search, Lucas. You've had 8 years to do this Google search. Actually, 10 if you're talking about the first impeachment. You've had 10 years to do this Google search. Impeached is when the House votes to impeach a president. Removal from office is when the Senate votes to remove them. He did get impeached twice. Sorry, go ahead.
No, you're fine. So like right now, one of the biggest reasons also I don't think the left is as appealing as the right is because the things that we're selling aren't as emotionally satisfying. For example, on the right currently, it's like pushing back against the democratic deep state that has secretly been around for hundreds of billions of years, and the Jewish space lasers are secretly trying to track you through things like the microchips and the vaccine. While right now, the pushback that we have is Donald Trump. It doesn't feel satisfying to push back against Donald Trump because he's an idiot.
Yeah. You're right.
It's really unfortunate. And I'm pretty sure that you're right, commenter. The third impeachment is coming shortly. Depends on how the House decides to go through with this. Probably not until after midterms, but
A felon
Man,
and bankrupt businessman is going to fix the government. It's laughable. Yeah. Like that's like Putin. Listen, for all his faults, at least Putin's cool. He's a bad person and a dictator.
Ex-KGB agent.
Right. Yeah. Trump is like draft dodger.
Draft dodger, convicted felon.
Yeah.
No, it's real. It's just super unfortunate. Also, like the left is a little more, God, I hate to use this word. It's like free thinking when it comes to a lot of things. Let's say, for example, that like Israel Palestine. There are a ton of people who will dig their heels in for that, and probably not voting Democrat for a long time, but still like align themselves with the ideologies of the left. But we're not unified underneath like one central person. We need like an Obama 2.0 or something, because at least when Trump, whenever you back Trump as like a representative or as a senator, you win, right? We don't
Yeah.
have somebody like that right now.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, hopefully the next if we have elections anymore, hopefully the next primary will.
Who do you think we're gonna push?
I hate this question if I'm being honest with you.
I know.
I
It's
really
because
don't know.
there's no policies out or anything like that. Yeah.
Yeah. Because then we have to like look at demographics, and I really fucking hate like having to think: is America really ready for a gay president, or is America really
No,
ready for?
probably,
And
no, probably not.
I
Especially the whole
so
DEI nonsense.
yeah, like I
No.
so hate having to like even talk about shit like that. So I'd rather just the primary happen as it happens, and we'll see. But
That's true.
did you have anything else you want to talk about?
No, I don't believe so. Not this time. Oh, by the way, for your Discord stuff, I'm getting stuck on like the second frequently asked question thing where like I provide another social media account.
What ticket are you?
Hold on here. I need to rejoin. Cause I have to clear out all my Discord stuff. Okay, let's see. Dan Malik.
Chat, if you're here for the first time, thank you so much for joining. We're live normally Wednesdays to Saturdays, 6 p.m. Eastern, doing live political debates, political discussions, and fact checks. So if you like this content, drop a follow, tap the screen. I really appreciate all of you for being here. We're also live on Twitch and YouTube. So if you think TikTok might get banned soon, which I actually I'm starting to feel that way, probably in April, because we haven't done anything towards the divestiture. You might want to follow on Twitch and YouTube, which are in my link tree in my bio. I think the guest accidentally dropped, but it is what it is. We need a face of the Democrats right now. Yeah. Pete Buttigieg would be a great president. Yeah, I agree. Okay, we are going to go to the next guest. Thank you, Ashley Dawn, for fixing the link. Do you like Destiny? I used to. Not really anymore. But I mean, we've talked about why. Not really gonna get into it right now. Wait, do you guys not know? I really don't want to. Man, I don't want to talk about it on live again. Um, his most recent. I like your shirt, Dan. Thank you. Um, I'll just be really quick. Sharing someone else's nudes non-consensually is like a that's a non-starter for me, unfortunately. So the only Destiny I like is Child. I mean, legally it's revenge porn. I don't think it was for revenge reasons. It was for bragging reasons or like sexual gratification reasons or whatever. But yeah, it's not it's not it. It's not the move. I thought you were talking about Destiny the game. No, I played Destiny 2 for like a week and it was fun, but I just whose were they? That's not important. It was used for revenge, but not by him. Oh, yeah, that's fair. Oh, dang, I've never seen 2 out of 10. The reason for the 2 out of 10, I'll just show you guys the title of the article. This is like a really good litmus test. If this article title doesn't piss you off, then like you're a soulless racist piece of garbage. So this is why I'm at a 2 out of 10. I don't know if I'm going to get out of it for a while. Yeah. Okay. Oh, Koi's back. Hold on. But he's not connecting. What's going on with Social Security? Can we please talk about it? I actually don't know. We could research that in a bit for sure. Koi's not connecting. I'm gonna go to the next guest real quick.
Hey, Dan.
Hey, what's up?
Hey, first of all, you're looking fetching in your shirt.
Thank you.
Um, I was gonna ask you two things. One, did you see the tweet from Elon? It was about how they declared cartels as terrorist groups, and he says this gives us permission to drone them. Um, and the Mexico president had to respond. So it's like kind of already kind of escalating the situation, kind of getting us prepared for that. Excuse me.
Yeah, I'll pull this up right now.
All right.
Mexico's president warns U.S. against invading to fight cartels after Washington designates them as terrorist groups. Mexico will never tolerate an invasion of its national sovereignty by the United States. President Claudia Sheinbaum warned Thursday after Washington designated Mexican drug cartels as terrorist organizations. Quote, this cannot be an opportunity for the U.S. to invade our sovereignty, end quote, she said. With Mexico, it is collaboration and coordination, but never subordination or interventionism, and even less invasion. On Wednesday, the Trump administration formally labeled 8 cartels as terrorist groups. They include Mexico's 2 main drug trafficking cartels, the Jalisco New Generation and the Sinaloa cartels. Mr. Trump signed an executive order on his first day back in the White House saying the cartels constitute a national security threat beyond that posed by a traditional organized crime. The move has raised speculation about possible military action. Tech billionaire Elon Musk, who had been given a prominent role in the Trump administration, said on social media the designation means they're eligible for drone strikes.
Yeah, see.
Experts, however, said that bombing Mexican cartels or sending troops over the border still appeared unlikely, although Mr. Trump's unpredictability makes it impossible to rule out. Yeah. All right. Well, just one of the many.
So that happened.
Yeah. So that just one of the many. So that happens of the past few weeks.
And my last question is, I didn't get to watch the rest. I didn't get to watch the rest. How was your dating game show?
It was chaotic, but I think it was very fun. I think most of the contestants had fun, and but there's a lot of things that if we're gonna do it again would have to change. I think.
Nice. All right, man. Well, I'll let you get back to other guests. Have a good one.
You too. Thanks. Oh. Anthony, thank you so much for the $2. Can you stretch soon, please? I know this is stressful to say the least. Yeah, I will. I have to feed Walker, and I also have to get water. I'm just Are there any you are so handsome, thank you. Are there any mods or friends of the live that want to come up and just yap for a couple minutes about either news or maybe an advocacy issue or something? Oh, perfect.
Hi, Dan.
Hi. I'm going to be back in like 3 minutes if that's cool with you.
Yeah, that's
Thank
fine. I saw some questions in the chat about Social Security. I did some research when these rumors started flying around. In 2015, I believe it was March of 2015, PBS broke
Thanks,
a
Obama.
story about fraud in Social Security, where people were using the same Social Security number for multiple people. What happened was it was investigated. There was a Social Security Fraud Prevention Act that was passed in 2017, which prevented Social Security numbers from being sent by postal mail. And since the fraud was originally discovered, there are quarterly reports showing any potential fraud, any identified fraud that you can actually see on the Social Security website. And it's open to the public. It has been since 2015. So I'm not sure if that answers your questions. Oh, um, sorry, I was going off of the just Social Security with a question mark comment earlier. I don't know. I wish I did. I'm sorry, I don't know. Um, I don't know if Dan's ever gone down to zero. I've gone down to zero though.
I believe I have once or twice.
Hmm. Well, I'm not going to push it, but yeah.
Thank you so much for covering.
Yep.
Go to the next guest. Let's see what we got.
Hey, Dan.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good. Oh my God, I love you so much.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
I just love it when y'all have finally let the friendlies come up. I mean, I know you got a lot of important work to do, but yeah. So I do want to kind of like follow up a question that somebody had about Social Security. So I have heard a lot of talk about Trump's new tax plan. Have you seen it?
Yes.
So there's no tax on tips and overtime and all that other jazz that they were talking. Is there any? I mean, has he said anything about that you've heard? Because I haven't.
Yeah. So I can go over a couple things about that. I don't believe he said anything about it. The Republicans, the way they're explaining it away is they're saying, well, we're gonna focus on the main tax plan first, and then we'll pass the other things separately. So there are two House bills, one for no tax on tips and one for no tax on Social Security. Neither of these are have gone to committee yet. Neither of these are going to pass. But if you take a look at what both of the bills say, even if they are to pass, there are four bills submitted for tax on tips. I haven't seen four. The one I saw was one where it makes it so that it's not that it's no taxes on tips; it's that you can deduct your tips from your taxes. Um, Now the interesting about that is it caps the amount of tips up to 25,000. That's number one. Number two, and more importantly, this would also mean that you would have to itemize your deductions, whereas a vast majority of Americans take the standard deduction. Right now, the standard deduction is for single people is I think almost 15,000, and it's even greater for married couples. So essentially, it went from no tax on tips to, if this even passes, no tax on $10,000 of tips because you would have gotten the $15,000 standard deduction anyway, and you can't get more than 25,000. Oh, thank you, 25,000 for married couples. So basically, it's meaningless for married couples, and for single people, you're getting about $10,000 of deductions. That is the watered down version, and that's if it passes. And given that it's not in the tax proposal, it's probably not going to pass. Then we have the no tax on overtime, where they make it so that employers can now reclassify overtime to, instead of meaning over 8 hours a day or over 40 hours a week, they can have it be over like 60 hours a week. So for you to get that no tax on overtime, you have to be worked to the bone essentially. And again,
Yeah.
that's also in a separate bill, not in the main tax bill, which and salaried employees. Thank you. Not in the main tax bill, which already is a $4.5 trillion add to the national debt, and it only calls for $1.5 trillion in cuts, which, by the way, so $1.5 trillion in cuts that are mostly going to come from regular Americans and programs that help them. $4.5 trillion of tax cuts that are going to mostly go to the top 1%. So we're adding net $3 trillion to the debt, and for what? That's where we are right now.
Oh wow, that's
Oh, and actually, you just reminded me. The Tax Policy Center, which leans right, by the way, went over this plan, and they determined that there would be some economic stimulation by this plan, but nowhere near $4.5 trillion worth of economic stimulation.
right. That's yeah. That's why am I not surprised? Like the last 2 weeks, I think every day I wake up, I just Google Trump news. 'Cause I'm like, oh, what has he done today? What did he do today? Because I know it's something. Like these people are effing crazy. What is it gonna take, Dan, for MAGA to just wake up? Like, hello,
Yeah.
peeking in the brain, do not care about y'all.
One day they'll. Well, no, not all of them, but some of them will wake up.
I sure hope so. Well, you keep doing what you do. Love you guys.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
If the 1% get richer, eventually none of us will have money, so we won't have to worry about it. Yeah. What's the phrase? If the poor keep getting poorer, the only thing left to eat will be the rich. Thank you so much, Ice Cold. Oh, also, I think I missed a sub earlier. Thank you, Mograph, for the sub. Have you heard about the human egg farm in Georgia? The what? Instead of researching it, I needed to make a meme first. Okay, human egg farm. Let's look into this. Human egg farm. So, as an FYI, this type of live is probably what our lives will be looking like if TikTok does get banned in April. Like if we're on Twitch and YouTube, it'll be a lot more news and research rather than debates because man, it's going to be hard to debate without TikTok. Just an FYI. And that's not saying we're going to stop doing debates. I just didn't want to do them today because fuck. Okay. Thai women rescued from human egg farms in Georgia. Three Thai women have been rescued from a human egg trafficking operation in Georgia, the country Georgia, not the state, run by Chinese human trafficking syndicate. One of the victims, speaking anonymously at a press conference, revealed how she was deceived by an online job advertisement promising lucrative surrogacy work. Trigger warning ahead for human trafficking. The offer included a monthly salary of 25,000 Thai baht, which is about $742 US, and an all expenses paid trip to Georgia to help childless couples. However, upon arrival, the women's passports were confiscated and they were told they were in the country illegally and would face arrest if they tried to leave. They were confined to group homes with several other Thai women and injected with hormones to simulate egg production. They harvested eggs. The harvested eggs were then allegedly sold and trafficked for IVF purposes. Jesus Christ. Wait, who did this? It was a Chinese human trafficking group. The operation was exposed when one of the victims managed to secure her release by paying a ransom of $2,000 USD. It was 70,000 baht. Upon returning to Thailand, she alerted the Foundation for Children and Women, a local NGO, and then informed the authorities. A coordinated rescue effort involving Interpol as well as Thai and Georgian authorities was launched. Who are the customers for this? I mean, it says it was for IVF purposes. I don't know if there's like an egg shortage in the world. I have no idea. That's what my guess would be. That like maybe there's a shortage of eggs for IVF. and so people resort to the black market. Clients could be innocent. Yeah, the clients could be innocent. Yeah, it is crazy.
Hey, bud. How are you?
Hey, I'm good. How are you?
I'm dandy. I'm dandy. I hope your day's going well. I like this format. It's cozy.
It is cozy, isn't it?
Yeah. I'm sure you're less red in the face, and I can't see any veins popping out. So you're, I could tell you're just a cool cucumber. I like it. Yeah, I wanted to pop in for two things really. One, I wanted to give an update on Ohio real quick, everyone's favorite country's shirt pocket, because we are currently looking at one of the most ginormous and incredibly dangerous and not good for anything climate reduction funding that we've ever seen.
Mhm.
Ohio has just because of the because a lot of the halts in funding, $129 million for in a climate pollution reduction grant was just completely shut off to Ohio. And it spreads all around from Cleveland to like Northeast Ohio to like Painesville, more like on like the east side and stuff.
Yeah, I'm pulling it up right now for chat.
Yeah, it's a bunch of projects, but like the main one is yeah, that's it. Let's see, it's $80 million in Painesville has been halted to replace its coal burning power plants with solar panels. So coal's back on for Painesville, and we do not. Ohio is pretty well known in those parts of towns for not having the best air quality. We are not great at that. So this is just a big punch in the gut. Cuyahoga County, actually, where I'm from, another $30 million solar panel project was completely halted. And in Cleveland, solar power utility grant was completely halted at the Cleveland Hopkins Airport as well. So just it's a huge punch in the gut in terms of sustainability for Ohio. And Ohio, which is a huge coal state, which a lot of people don't know, is we need these grants more than anything, and it's just the biggest goddamn punch to the gut to see to see my state go through something like this.
Has Governor DeWine spoken on it?
I don't know. I don't believe so. Governor DeWine's weird because like I hate a lot of his policy and a lot of the way he thinks, but he is sometimes when it comes to stepping up to the plate, he's actually really good. Like when COVID, when C-19 happened, he was actually really good at initiating mandates and making sure that things were streamlined and had I think he actually did a really good job with C-19. And there's a couple like it's that Onion article. Oh no, the worst person you know just said something really correct or something.
Yeah.
It's that a lot of times with DeWine, to where he does suck in many ways, but like he's a broken clock right twice a day. But I don't know if he's spoken on this specifically. I've just read what I've read. But yeah, it sucks. Just another. It's already hard to breathe in some parts of the state, and it's not great. So everyone thinking, give a little, send a little love and thoughts to Ohio. Everyone's favorite little forgotten stepbrother of the states.
Well, the Gen Z people use Ohio as a meme a lot, so
it's so weird being a meme. Every time I talk to people about being from Ohio who aren't from Ohio, they like do a little chuckle, and it's and I know it's not. It comes from that. It comes from the fact that we are just like this weird abstract place that kind of sits in the back of people's brains, and no one really knows what goes on there for the most part, besides LeBron James and that's about it. Yeah. And then another thing completely unrelated. I'll send you a message about this. This is not the forum for it, but you live in New Jersey, right?
I lived in New Jersey.
Oh, where do you live now?
Florida.
Oh, word. Okay, word. I heard New Jersey a while ago. I was gonna say if you I'm currently getting ready for a tour where we are gonna hit New Jersey, and if you wanted to come and ring a +1, I would love to put you on that list.
Oh, I appreciate that. My
Yeah.
I mean, my whole mom's side of the family is in Jersey, so I am up there at least once a year. But
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. I will be in Florida at some point later in this year, that's for sure. But yeah, if you like punk, if you like emo, if you like any kind of rock of any sort.
yeah, yeah. Sid can be my +1. Sid loves
yeah.
Music shows. Is that what they're called? Concerts.
Music shows.
Concerts.
Music shows. Yes.
By the way, for those that don't know, this is like I'm a guy on TikTok. This is like a superstar. I don't know if you've seen his videos. They're amazing. Drop a follow. I just saw the one with Elon doing the Nazi salute, and that was chef's kiss. Very good.
Thank you. That I made a song spelling out the word guillotine, as apparently I am the chaperone of anti-fascists now, and so a lot of people asked me to like make it to a real song. So now I'm on the promotional kick at the moment. But thank you, bud. I'm blushing ear to ear right now. Appreciate you.
I appreciate that.
Hell yeah.
David's roasting me in the chat. He said, "Hello, fellow human. How are you, fellow humans? I too like music shows."
Would you like to come to my concert venue and see my music show where I play my instrument?
Yeah. Yeah, no, I think I've been to maybe 2 concerts in my entire life, so it's not my scene, but I mean I will gladly go. That sounds amazing. It doesn't come up.
We got to change that, Holmes.
Hey,
for sure. When I get down to Florida, we'll make something happen.
Yeah, sounds good. I appreciate that.
Hell yeah, homie. I'll get out of your hair. You bring some else or some other people up.
Thank you so much for coming. I appreciate you.
Much love, Dan. Bye.
You too. Bye. That too should go up a little bit now. Yeah, that's fair. We can up it. He was good. Yeah. I love Hummus Vacuum. Dan doing a bass tonight? I don't think so, man. I don't think the thing is as long as this I'm going to pull it up again. As long as this article is in the back of my head, I won't be able to have a calm debate with MAGA right now. I need them to open with denouncing this article, otherwise I'm just going to yell. I might need a day. Wait, did someone just reveal that I'm paid by the DNC? I mean, did someone just lie and say I was paid by the DNC? Excuse me. I went to Florida to pay less taxes. That is not why I went to Florida. Hi, welcome up.
Dude, there's proof you're paid by the DNC. I'm not going to go back and forth or whatever the fuck. Like you're paid, dude. Quit lying, dude. There's proof you're paid. I seen the proof myself, dude. Come on now, be serious, dude. I'm looking at you. We're looking eye to eye right now. I'm looking at you right in your eye. I know for a fact you're paid by the DNC, dude. Stop fucking playing around. Address the allegation. There's proof. You need to stop playing and address the allegation directly. Don't pivot. Don't do a gotcha moment. Don't try to change the time. You're paid by the DNC, dude. If you're not okay, you're not denying it. Exactly. Point proven. I rest my case. Thank you very much. Have a good day.
Okay. Not a spot on CNN. TikTok with 500 views. Oh, God. Someone do a wellness check on that guest. Oh, God. Why does he talk like a guitar? What are they saying on YouTube, Dan? Let's see. I'm 110% sure that was a recording. is what YouTube just said. Oh man. He talked to himself the whole time. Yeah. Yeah, Ludus, I got you. I'm hearing no sound. I just wasn't talking.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello everyone, hello Don. Sorry for my accent.
Nothing to be
because I'm
sorry
not
about.
English native. I have prepared on the Discord on post 2024 election a fact check link on everything that Trump said on Truth Social from Ukraine that is false. So if you can go to it, let's say from the top to bottom.
Mm-hmm.
He said that US gave or lost over 350 billion. That's not right. It's 182 for this year, and I have the link. So if you click the link, there is a nice pie chart that is dynamic. You can use.
Yeah, I just pulled it up. 1 second. Is that what you were referring to?
Yes.
Yeah, so this is the $182 billion from fiscal years 2022 to 2025. So from the start of the escalation of the conflict to now, 182 billion. And Donald Trump just claimed on Truth Social that it was 350 billion. His source is his anal cavity. Let's just clarify that 101 billions of this budget goes back to the Department of Defense, since the U.S. are sending F-16 that were scheduled to be decommissioned. So this money is reinvested into stuff for the U.S. military.
Yeah. So that's the first part. The second is the part that the EU does not give its part of this deal. So the EU is behind. That's true, but they engage through loans and frozen Russian assets. So the money is here. It's just that it will be a progressive rollout. And it's a lot of text, but what we have to know is that over from 2024 to 2027, there will be 145. So yeah, 425 billion that will be given to part military but part reconstruction also, which is not taken in account on the US budget. So overall, the US will give more because there is more, let's say, not unseen budget, because the US was focused on the defense part, but they are pretty close, and it's over 1 billion, because Trump said that to take its word, it said that we have an ocean in between the step of what was given. So it's not true. Plus, I have something else. If you can click on the image called "Breakdown of Ukraine Aid," there is an image that said that all country gave plus the European Union. So it's also
hold on, it downloaded. but is not opening. Is there any way you can send that in a different file type?
Yes, I will try to. Let me.
For reference, everything that he's talking about right now is currently in the Discord in the post 2024 elections sources. And then we will likely add this to the source document, assuming it's not already there.
I will try to change the format because it's a WebP.
Yeah, I'm unable to
instead of
open it.
JPEG. Okay, and the last thing, no need to download the whole PDF, but it's that overall, since the start of the conflict in 2022, we have been, if we separate, because it's dumb to do that, but if we separate US from the other part of the side that was helping Ukraine, we were pretty close because America was over with 132 billion, but Ukraine, but Europe was not. Yes, it was close at 111 So it's a world. It's Trump, so let's not be surprised. But everything he said on the True Social post was false, and I suspect that you will have MAGA people that will tell you that we're getting ripped off, while forgetting that US wants to use Ukraine rare minerals in a deal where they will be ripped off because they want 50% of everything, cobalt. So yeah, it's a pressure move to say that.
Yep.
So
I really appreciate you providing those sources because I know I'm going to be talking about Russia Ukraine a lot. Probably tomorrow. If we do debates tomorrow, I'm definitely going to talk about Russia Ukraine. So I really do appreciate that.
You're welcome. And let's say I want to say that I want to thank you because you're a real inspiration for me in how to be involved in political. I'm not as an easy talker as you know, but I'm willing to do my part, and thanks to you.
Thank you
Keep
so much. I
what
mean,
you're
you're doing amazing, and I really appreciate you. And if all of us put our foot forward, maybe we can push back against all this. So, thank you so much.
Bye, guys.
Bye. We got to get some W's in chat. Did anyone see Project 2025 tracker? Yeah, we actually looked at it earlier.
Hi again.
Hi.
Did you see the speech yesterday that the governor from Illinois gave? It's a big,
No, I
it's a
didn't.
great, inspiring speech if you want to play it. It's their state of state.
Yeah, I just want to the state of state. Okay, here we go.
Skokie,
Okay.
Illinois.
Oh, hold on. I'm trying to find the full address. NBC has 3 minutes of it. I'll get it. Thank you so much.
Huh?
Members and guests.
Okay, we're gonna play that in a bit. It's kind of long, but I'm not gonna lie to you guys. I have so much day job work, so this would be perfect to have on my second monitor and then just listen to. So I'm gonna keep that open for now. Next guest. Here we go. Play the part Rachel Maddow played. Is that the only part that matters? 'Cause I'm down to listen to the whole speech. I kind of like JB Pritzker. I'm gonna be honest. Hey, welcome up.
Hello, good evening. I was looking up some of the stuff that China would be putting tariffs on for us, and I came across L-cysteine that we use for our white bread and bagels, and what it exactly is. You might want to look that up.
What's it called? L.
L-cysteine with a C. C-Y.
Okay, let's see here. I don't see this recently.
Thanks, Obama.
They use it for our white bread, and it is hair that they get from the floor of barbershops in China.
Okay, L-cysteine is an amino acid that's manufactured in China, Japan, and Germany. It's used as an additive in food products. Some L-cysteine in China is made from human hair collected from salons and barbershops. Okay, this is interesting new information.
Yeah, and we eat it all these years.
All right.
From China.
Well, now we know. Thank you, Not Really Here, for the sub. Okay.
That's
well, appreciate that. Bye. I could have went my whole life not knowing that, chat. Was that an actual source? So what L-cysteine is what I just said. Whether how much we're eating, I'm not sure. But it does say the FDA says that L-cysteine is safe to consume when used at recommended levels. But I have not looked into what it's in. They sell it live, a supplement too. You think that's bad? Look up the source of artificial vanilla. Oh God. Okay, hold on. What is artificial vanilla made of? It's a wait. All right, I'm about to debunk. Older Xennial, you're getting debunked. No, artificial vanilla flavoring doesn't come from beaver butts. It's a myth that artificial vanilla flavoring comes from castoreum extracted from beaver castor sacs. Fake news. All right. My whole life is a lie. Yeah, now that was the whole reason I ate artificial vanilla. Now what's the point? Damn, I've been debunked. Guess I'll stop buying fake vanilla then. Please debunk the hair one. That one might not be debunkable. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but that one might not be debunkable. So, so why am I milking beavers that lie to us? Okay. You know what? I'm gonna do my best MAGA impression. L-cysteine being extracted from human hair is liberal propaganda. All right, y'all. I'm gonna play this this speech. This is Governor of Illinois J.B. Pritzker. This is this guy might run for president in 2028. I have been a semi fan of him. I haven't looked enough to know everything about him, but I think he every time he talks, it's usually based. So we're gonna play his clip. Can he run any sooner? For president, you'd have to go back in time, I think. It seems like he's doing some good things. Yeah, that's what I keep seeing. I'm always careful with people I endorse if I haven't like thoroughly looked into them, just in case. He's got a good track record. He's turning up the heat on Trump. All right, yeah, we're gonna watch this video. I'm gonna play the video. Okay, I'm gonna go to the restroom while the video is playing. Then I'm gonna come back, and then I think while the rest of the video is playing, I'm gonna do some day job work, and then I think we're gonna end the live. And I know it's a short live tonight, but there's a lot of stuff that's going on that I need to handle. So I like him, but please no more billionaires in the White House. Sometimes you gotta fight fire with fire. When is the 24-hour live again? February 28th. I'm thinking about starting it on midnight, actually, and then ending it on midnight. Malik 2028, make boots inedible again. I'm not voting for anyone unless they have been loudly anti-Trump and actively fighting back now. Totally agree. You better pack the court. Yeah, that'd be nice.
Yes, the honorable governor of this great state, Governor J.B. Pritzker.
No, wait, hold on. I think we got a Parker raid. Welcome in, Parker Raiders. Oh no, he got banned. It's like once I don't think I've gone live without Parker getting banned. Why do they all hate Parker, man? Welcome in, Parker Raiders. Welcome in, welcome in. Your bad luck. Is it me? I feel like he gets banned when I'm not live as well. Bots mass reporting, yeah. Because he's young and smart. Parker Raiders. Welcome in, Parker Raiders. If you guys are here for the first time, thank you all so much for joining. We are live Wednesdays to Saturdays, 6 p.m. Eastern, doing live political debates, political discussions, and fact checks. We also try to be live for all major political events. So if you like this content, drop a follow, tap the screen. Thank you all so much. Hold on. Before I keep playing the clip, I'm gonna try to get some follows here, guys. We gotta hit 100K eventually, right? He's too aggressive with MAGA roasts. I told Hoodlum to eat my ass earlier, so I don't know. I feel like Parker gets unfairly targeted. No, he's not. Yeah, he's not aggressive enough. Thank you for the follows. If you're not, so we're currently live on YouTube and Twitch as well. So if you guys aren't following there, just a reminder: there is no positive news in regards to the TikTok ban. We are still hurtling towards the end of TikTok in April. It wasn't him that was the problem. Oh, it was the guest. Yeah, that does happen sometimes. Some of us in the comments are aggressive. I can tell you why Parker gets banned. CS has the answers. Okay, you know what? Here's what we're going to do. Before we play this, we are going to do a tab cleanup. All right. Do y'all see all these tabs? Okay, so we don't need this one. This is good, but this is in the Discord. Post 2024 election sources. This one is really good for debunking Donald Trump. Just blatant bullface lie. The U.S. has sent $350 billion to Ukraine. Nope. This is from his own Department of Defense sources. This is from his own government sources. and about 100 billion of this is coming back in regards to decommissioned military aid. All right, so we're done with that. What is this? Trump freezes 125 million. Oh, this is the article Hummus Vacuum told us about. What's this? Oh, this one's crazy. We're getting out of that one. This was the meme before. What do we got over here? Mexico's president warns U.S. against invading to fight cartels after Washington designates them as terrorist groups. Yeah, we read that earlier. This is the one. Okay, so if anyone is in a debate with MAGA and they say, well, birthright citizenship wasn't the intention of the 14th Amendment, and it wasn't the intention for immigrants to be able to have their kids here. It was for freed slaves. This actually goes over all of the debates that happened in the 39th Congress when they were talking about ratifying the 14th Amendment, and it shows that they were fully aware of the fact that this would apply to immigrants as well. They knew about it, and they understood it. So anytime MAGA wants to bring that up, they are just trying to justify their racism. FYI. This is from Teaching American History. This just compiles it all, but they have their sources listed as well. Trump said he is king. Speak on it. There's not much to speak on. I mean, at this point, like MAGA, if you see that and like it, then just say it with your chest. You don't want a democracy. You want a king. You want a dictator, and you're in a cult. Like, just be upfront about it. I don't know why you guys are so weird. Just be upfront about it. What is this? DOJ sends letter to Democratic lawmaker over Elon Musk criticism. Yeah, I remember this one. White House posts. Yeah, so this is the reason that my patience meter is so low. Parker Raiders. I don't know if you guys have seen this, but anyone that I don't know that I can have a debate with MAGA anymore unless the debate starts with, "Do you denounce this?" Because if they don't, they're soulless. Why am I going to debate somebody without a soul? What's the point? What are we doing here? Like this is absolutely sickening that this is being put out by our government. Well, I'm not acting out of that one. This is the Project 2025 tracker. Project 2025.observer. This goes through every objective of Project 2025 and how close they are to accomplishing them. So far, of the 295 total objectives, 84 are completed and 41 are in progress. What is this? This is Trump's golf tracker. If you haven't seen this is pretty good. It goes over the price of eggs, the price of gasoline, and it shows just how much time Donald Trump spends golfing. We're going to leave this one open in case MAGA shows up. Southwest Airlines, yeah, we did that. USDA says it accidentally fired officials working on the bird flu and is now trying to rehire them. I'm going to leave this one open. So just in case. It's so crazy that all Donald Trump had to do was nothing, and then Emmeline, thank you so much for the sub on the Prime sub on Twitch. Thank you so much. All Trump had to do was nothing, and then because I'm intellectually honest, I wouldn't blame him for the increased egg prices, right? I would point out the hypocrisy of MAGA, but I wouldn't blame him. But now I get to blame him because his administration is so freaking incompetent that they literally fired the officials that were working on the bird flu. Nice, dude. Good leader. Love you too, Emmeline. What is this? Reversing U.S. policy, Trump's attacks on Zelensky. Yeah, I mean, this is an NPR article that just goes over all of the insanity coming out in the past 2 days about Trump and Zelensky and the war in Ukraine. Essentially, Trump is completely on Russia's side now. He called Zelensky a dictator in the same way that Tucker Carlson has been for weeks now. He blamed Zelensky for starting the war and plans on pretty much giving Putin everything he wants. This is a complete capitulation. And for any MAGA that are here, this is what I was saying every single day leading up to the election. I told you guys, oh, he'll negotiate a deal. This is not a negotiation. This is a surrender to Putin. He's been Putin's puppet since 2015. And one day you guys will open your eyes and see that. What is this? Oh yeah, this Elon Musk's ex threatened advertisers to start advertising more, or they might face what's it called? government pushback. Hillary was right about everything. Yeah, no, she really was. Even the part where she said she called them a basket of deplorables. She said half of them are a basket of deplorables, right? Which are like irredeemable people. She's right about that too. Hit the nail on the head. Trump has ties to Russia dating back decades. Yeah, he does. He does. Okay, what is this? Oh, okay. I went over this earlier, but we have some new people in here. This is from the February 5th memo from Pam Bondi in regards to capital punishment, and I'm going to read this for you guys. This is something I found personally, and so this part of the memo I personally think is worded vaguely, intentionally, and I'm going to go over it. The policy set forth in the March 20th, 2018 memorandum entitled Guidance Regarding Use of Capital Punishment in Drug-Related Prosecutions is hereby reinstated. In addition to drug-related prosecutions, the policy shall also be applied to cases involving non-drug-related capital crimes by cartels, transnational criminal organizations, and aliens who traverse our borders and remain in the United States without legal status. So, at the very best, what this is saying is that non-drug related capital crimes can be punished with the death penalty, and that includes ones that are committed by cartels, transnational criminal organizations, and aliens who traverse our borders and remain in the United States without legal status. So, at the very best, what this is the administration again scapegoating, again fear mongering, and trying to tie undocumented immigrants to cartels and criminal organizations. Right. That's if the commas there are separating the people involved in these crimes. However, at the worst, if you look at those red dots where the commas are, if those commas, rather than separating the people involved in the crimes, but are separating the types of cases. So let me read this with the different inflection and you'll know what I mean. So the first way to interpret it, the policy shall also be applied to cases involving non-drug capital crimes committed by cartels, transnational criminal organizations, and aliens who traverse our borders and remain in the United States without legal status. Now I'm going to read it the other way. The policy shall also be applied to cases involving non-drug capital crimes by cartels, transnational criminal organizations, and involving aliens who traverse our borders and remain in the United States without legal status. So at best, it's fear-mongering. At worst, it's opening the doors to executing undocumented immigrants. And the fact that this is not clear and it's not being made clear in this memo is horrifying. And I don't know at what point, between this and Guantanamo Bay, at what point do we start? I mean, we've been ringing the alarm bells. But at what point do the people on the right start to wake up and be like, okay, this is like kind of exactly what Hitler did. Like, what are we doing here? Okay, so that's that. That's this. For those that haven't seen this, our White House, the official White House Twitter account posted this. MAGA, just say it. You are fine with the king. You are fine with the dictator. You don't care about democracy. You don't care about the Constitution. You just care about your cult leader. Just say it with your chest, and I'll respect you more. What's this? New Social Security chief refutes claims of deceased people over 100 years old getting checks. Yeah, so this was easily debunked, but Donald Trump and Elon Musk chose to lie about it, not only on Twitter, but in a freaking press conference. The fact that you guys are so comfortable with being lied to constantly just shows that you have no self-respect, and no matter what your cult leader says, you're gonna eat it. He could piss on you and call it rain, and you'll thank him for the showers. RFK going after SSRIs. This is obviously horrifying. And if you guys were actually serious about all these school shootings where children are murdered to the point where their bodies can't be identified by their parents except by their shoes, all of those school shootings have nothing to do with the guns. It has to do with mental health. Well, if that's really what you believe, get ready for that to get worse. But that's not what you believe. You just really care about your metal penises. Next. Senate confirms Kash Patel. Obviously horrifying. Kash Patel is an actual conspiracy theorist and probably Trump's biggest sycophant right now. What is this? Trump pledged to bring down food prices on day one. Instead, eggs are getting more expensive. Oh yeah, this is when people. There's a lot of MAGA that comes in and says he never said day one. So I'm leaving this open so that I can show them when he said day one. Actually, what I'm going to do before I show them, I'm going to be like, so if he said day one, do you admit that that was a lie? What you do when you're debating these people, you got to set the goalpost first before they can move it. That way, it's so easy to illustrate when they are moving it. Be like, hey, didn't you say it would be a lie? I know. CS, I know it's on video. Okay, next. What is this? CFPB budget. Oh, this was when we were. This is from the last live. Actually, we were going over the fact that the CFPB has returned more money to consumers and regular Americans than it spends. And so obviously, getting rid of the CFPB only benefits large corporations. That's why Elon Musk is after it. Any Trump supporter that is fine with this genuinely enjoys the flavor of boot in their mouth. I don't know what's so delicious about leather. I don't get it. You wouldn't catch me simping for a billionaire, but that's just me. Next. This is more about the CFPB. Elon Musk's Doge takes aim at agency that plans on regulating X. Oh yeah, that's more about the CFPB. We did a little bit of CFPB deep dive last live, I think. My memory's been cooked for a while though, so I don't know. Federal policy debates in 2025 carry high stakes. What is this about? Oh, this is about raising the debt limit. Yeah, they want to raise the debt limit by $4 trillion so that they can extend these $4.5 trillion tax cuts to mostly the top 1%. Anyone that's concerned about the budget, just a reminder, this is $4.5 trillion of tax cuts that are only coupled with a recommended $1.5 trillion in budget cuts. I don't think you need to be a mathematician to know that $4.5 trillion is more than $1.5 trillion. So if you actually ever cared about balancing the budget, then you should be against this. Now, that's not even talking about the fact that the budget cuts will affect regular Americans and the tax cuts will affect the top 1%. But I can't speak to bootlickers about that. So I gotta try to get to the part of their brain that's like, budget needs balanced, national debt. I gotta talk to that part of their brain because there's no way I can reach the part of their brain where they want to eat the rich. They'll find class consciousness eventually, but it's not yet. We're a few decades behind, I think. So yeah, that's that. What is this? House Republican budget would mean higher costs, less help for families, more tax windfalls for wealthy. We already knew that. What is this? This is the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act going over just how much this helped the top 1%. Again, these charts mean nothing to MAGA because they think they're MAGA don't think that they're thousandaires. They think they're temporarily embarrassed billionaires. Like, well, I'll be a billionaire one day, even though they don't even know that a billion is 1,000 millions. Like any one of us is 3 bad months away from being homeless. None of us are 3 good months away from being a billionaire. The difference between $1 million and $1 billion is roughly $1 billion. Just an FYI. Statement from New York City Comptroller Lander on the Trump administration's illegal reversal of FEMA funding. Oh yeah, we talked about this last live. Basically, there was FEMA funding that was granted to New York, and Trump administration just took it back. That's going to be fought in courts. What's the difference if Kamala won? Oh, there would be so many differences. So, you know what Kamala wouldn't have done? Kamala wouldn't have accidentally fired the officials that are working on the bird flu. So, we'd have lower egg prices, just an FYI. Kamala would also not try to cut taxes by $4.5 trillion, bankrupting the country for decades to come. Kamala would not have done this. The tax cuts that she was proposing were only for the middle and lower class. You guys have boots all the way down your throats, all the way down your esophaguses, to the point where it's coming out of your assholes. So, yeah, Kamala wouldn't have done that. Prove it? Oh, easy. Do you want me to show you her plan? Wait, if I prove it, will you admit I was wrong for voting for Trump? I have a boot down my esophagus. I should have voted for Kamala because I'm not going to waste my time with you. Go to the next tab. January reports highest month-over-month inflation increase since August 2023. I thought Trump was going to end inflation. All right. And then we did the deep dive on all the plane crashes. Yeah, it's almost like if you gut the FAA and you force out the head of the FAA, and you ask for resignations of TSA agents, things become less safe.
Thanks, Obama.
It really should be like the top priority for the president to keep this country safe. That should be priority number one. And the fact that MAGA just accepts being less safe so that they can keep warm underneath Trump's taint, I just will never understand it. Is the U.S. sending $50 million in condoms to Gaza, as Trump claims? The answer is no. So if you heard this, you were lied to. If you believe this, you're a sucker. We should do these tab cleanups every live. I like this. Special report: Trump told Saudi cut oil supply or lose U.S. military support. For those that don't know, the reason the gas prices went up in Biden's first 2 years of presidency is because Donald Trump, in his last year of presidency, made a deal with OPEC to reduce production of oil to artificially increase the price of gas, because fossil fuel companies were like, hey, demand is so low because of COVID, we're losing money. So rather than you letting American citizens pay $1.75 a gallon, please talk to the Saudis, talk to OPEC, and get them to limit production so that we make money and the American citizens will get ass blasted when demand goes back up. And Trump was like, yes, sir, big companies. I don't care about American citizens. And you guys just ate it up. So when demand went back up because lockdowns ended, we started to see the effects of this 2-year deal. As a reminder, this was a 2-year deal that Trump did on his way out of office. And you guys are just comfortable with it. You just cool with getting resized down there. I just will never get it. I think we already have one of these open, so that's the second one. We're drilling locally now. Yeah, we were drilling locally during Biden's administration as well. I don't know if you know this, but gas is a global market. Even if we are drilling more locally now, that doesn't mean the savings are going to get passed on to you. Fossil fuel companies are not just going to be like, well, we drilled locally, so we'll sell it for cheaper. If they can sell it for more overseas, they're going to sell it for more overseas. They don't care about you. Rich people do not care about you. Get that through your head, please. Luigi should have gotten that through your head, but sounds like you guys forgot about that. I don't know what this is. This is the analysis of the tax cuts that were proposed by Donald Trump, or the tax plan proposed by Donald Trump. So the people that are in the bottom 95% would actually see increases in our taxes if we factor in tariffs, whereas the top 5% see decreases. If you're okay with this, you're a billionaire simp, you're a bootlicker, and I don't know what to tell you. Like, you should get a life. Come on. Next. This was when we were talking about the concessions that Donald Trump got. I don't know if you guys remember, Donald Trump crashed the stock market for a day because he threatened 25% tariffs on Mexico and Canada, and then he backpedaled immediately because the stock market crashed. And so what he chose to do was ask for the same things that Biden had already gotten, and then presented it to the American people as if that was new. And then half the American people, because you guys have no ridges in your brains, were like, yes, Trump. Biden did it before. Boo, Biden. Trump doing it now. Yes, Trump. Yeah, this is from this right here is from 2021 when Joseph R. Biden was president, and the amount of troops deployed was 10,000. The exact same amount that Donald Trump got with his 25% tariff threat. Actually got nothing. Pretty much capitulated and gave up. And but you guys ate it up anyway. And this is from the Mexico side of it. Then this is the Canada side of it. This was the $1.3 billion that Canada promised for the border security, and this was before Donald Trump was president. Donald Trump guts key aviation safety committee, fires head of TSA. Yeah, this is what we were talking about in regards to the plane crashes. I guess I'll keep these open. These are important. Last FAA chief quit following pressure from Elon Musk. We can X out of that one. We'll keep those open. Those links are sometimes hard to find. They're still cheering, saying he didn't negotiate at all. Yeah, I mean, they're gonna cheer no matter what. No matter what. When he pisses on them and calls it rain, they're gonna thank him for the showers. It's genuinely like sad at this point. It's so sad. I don't know what this link is. Oh, here we go. FAA report says staffing in control tower was not normal at time of deadly air collision. Yes, as a reminder, people were doing the jobs of 2 people, when that plane crash that killed 67 Americans. But the Trump voters don't really care about those 67 Americans.
Obama.
TSA doesn't affect air traffic. Wait, hold on. I'm sorry. I'm going to read that again. FAA. Oh, I see what the problem is. It's cut off. FAA. Not TSA. Okay, so do you take that back, Ryan? Yeah, you know what? You're right. Donald Trump made us less safe. This tab cleanup feels very relatable to my ADHD. Okay, so we clean up a bunch here. All right. Hold on. We have some guests. We have some guests requesting. Let's see what we got.
Thanks, Obama. Thanks, Obama. Thanks, Obama. Thanks, Obama.
Rhiannon, thank you so much for the 4 gifted subs. Thank you so much. And thank you, Obama.
Hey, I requested up when you started talking about the Pam Bondi's deal, the February 5th memo. And the way it's worded, I was thinking, have you ever seen Brett Cross explain how the Second Amendment is worded?
Yeah, a while ago.
Yeah, I think it's like the same exact thing. How like the original intent of the Second Amendment was, the people it references are the people of the militia, which is government appointed or whatever, and then this is it's been used to kind of justify just the people in general, like the citizens. And I can see Pam Bondi's deal being a same type of situation where like maybe the case in which you're hoping it is, where you know the first way you read it, like you hope it's that way.
Yeah.
Maybe that's the original intent, but yeah, I mean, kind of what you were saying.
But it
how
can be
it's-
used for the second way.
Yeah, yeah. If it's the video where he did the whole breakdown of his and older millennials talk, he explains it really well in there. I'll probably just post it in the Discord, so people who haven't seen it can see it. It's about 10 minutes long, but it's a really, really good watch.
All right. Yeah, that sounds good.
Yeah, yeah. So I'll post it up there. But all right, man, appreciate it.
Yep. Thank you. Okay, chat. Hang on. We got a live one. Hey, can you justify what's on my screen right now? Or can you at the very least announce it?
White House video post, immigrants in shackles, calls it ASMR.
Yeah.
What
You okay
about
with
it?
this?
I don't know what you're talking about. I haven't seen it.
Okay, well, they posted a video of immigrants in shackles and called it ASMR.
So criminals in chains.
However you want to
Is that
interpret
what you're
it.
saying?
I'm reading it for you. Is this okay with
Fine.
you?
I mean, that's what criminals belong, right?
Is it, and do you think that people that came here? I'm
so
sorry.
let's talk about those.
I'm sorry. Hold on. I'm going to ask you the question again.
yeah,
you
yeah.
think that people that came here for a better life, being put in chains, that's ASMR? That's music to your ears?
Again, I don't know what you're ever talking about.
I'm telling you what I'm talking about. Okay, I'm explaining it to you. So I'm going to need you
yeah,
to.
yeah, and I'm just going to believe you, of all people in this world.
Okay.
Like you already lied. This is the reason I came up here is because of a lie you said already.
Okay. If I show you the video where the White House says that this is ASMR and it's the clicking of shackles, will you denounce that, or is that okay with you?
Denounce what?
The video being posted by the White House.
And called ASMR?
Yes.
No, I don't care.
Okay, you're a soulless piece of shit. I hope you have the life you deserve, and I don't want it to be very
you don't
long.
want to talk about the
Yeah, no, I don't want to talk about... I'm not talking to soulless people anymore, okay? I'm so done. I'm so done with people that are willing to dehumanize I'm sorry. If you can't pass the simple litmus test of I denounce dehumanizing people, then I'm not going to talk to you. You don't deserve my words. You waste my oxygen by existing. Thank you so much, Miles. Thank you so much, Joanne. This is a simple litmus test. Simple litmus test. All you have to do is denounce being against dehumanizing humans. It's super easy. MAGA, you just one thing to if you want to debate, just come up, be like, yes, I denounce that, and then we have a discussion. If you can't even do that, then I'm sorry. You're not human enough to have this conversation with me. Okay. Oof. Told y'all we had a live one.
Obama.
Thank you so much, Vicky. Hi, welcome up. Hello, guest? You still there? Being humane is free? It really is.
I am the chosen. Why are you running?
Thank you, Miles. Thank you, Steven. Does he know he's muted? He's not even muted. He's tabbed out. All right, I'm giving him. Oh, he's gone. Okay. Yo, Piffed, why are you obsessed with Nancy Pelosi? Watch this. I don't like Nancy Pelosi. What's your argument now? What? I don't even understand. This guy comes into our chat every day and spams about Nancy Pelosi being rich. He's like, how did Nancy Pelosi, who started rich, get more rich while she was Speaker of the House? Oh my God, I don't know. You think he loves her? Piffed only talks about Pelosi. He really does.
Hello.
Hey, what's up?
Hey, yeah, what's up, Dan? If I could, can I talk about my experience debating older millennial? I got to debate him the other day.
Oh shit! Yes, in 1 second. Okay. Jordan, thank you so much for the $5. Dan, thank you so much for all you do. I adore you. I adore your heart from the bottom of my own. Keep fighting the good fight. Thank you so much, Jordan. I really appreciate that. Yes, I would love to hear your experience debating older millennial.
So we were talking about the Empowerment Act and how like the president can like pause funds for a period of time. And so I told him about how he has to refer to Congress, which I couldn't find any memos or anything, or like any words from congressmen that he referred to them. So he's violating the act. And Old Millennial said that he doesn't have to, and it was just like a blatant lie. It's kind of crazy how I know more. I'm an 18-year-old, and I know more about our government than a 40-year-old man.
Yeah, no, older millennial. I think it's kind of like a good bet that if you hear something from older millennial, it's probably false.
Yeah.
Like I've seen more older millennial debunks on my TikTok feed than older millennial videos. It's kind of crazy.
Yeah, I literally only talked to him for like 5 minutes because he just kept lying. I couldn't deal with it. I couldn't deal with him. And I didn't want to crash out in front of like 1,000 people. So.
Yeah, it's an acquired taste.
Yeah. All right, I appreciate you having me up.
Yeah, of course. Thank you.
No problem.
I hope every step you take for the rest of your life is on a Lego, you piece of garbage. Sorry, Steve came up for more. Older millennial blocked him? No. Oh, he requested again. Steve. I'm sorry. I don't know what you want from me. I only speak to humans, right? And humans generally have souls. The problem is you are okay with this, which means you have no soul. Not going to talk to you. Find a different person to debate. I know you guys don't like taking no for an answer and have trouble with consent, but
try it.
Thank you, Miles.
What's up, man?
Hey, how you doing?
I just wanted to. He was talking about older millennial, and I'm the one that said he blocked me. I went on his live after that more recent DUI happened, and he was hammered, and I told him it sounded like it was about time for him to hit the road, so he kicked me and blocked me. No intention of debating. I just had to smoke him.
Yo, that's so funny.
Yeah. Well, that's it. I just want to let you know.
Appreciate that.
Yeah, man.
For those that don't know, that's because it's funny because older millennial has like multiple DUIs. I think at least one. Speaker, explain Pelosi $7 million worth to $240 million in 8 years. Piffed. So here's what's funny about this. The last time you were here, you spammed that like 20 times, and then I literally did a deep dive into her wealth, and you left. Chat watched it. Chat can confirm that this happened. So I'm gonna make it easy for you. Okay, I'm gonna make it easy for you. Nancy Pelosi is what's called a rich person. Okay, and when rich people invest, they get richer. Okay, so if you look at the net worth of all rich people during the 8 years that Nancy Pelosi was Speaker of the House, you will notice that all of them also got richer. Another thing to point out is that if you're worried about her increasing her net worth from 8 million to 200 million in 8 years, but not worried about Elon Musk increasing his net worth from 200 billion to 400 billion over the course of Donald Trump's inauguration, then it kind of sounds like you have an issue with scope. So, Piffed, if you can do me a favor and stop spamming about Nancy Pelosi, because I don't even like Nancy Pelosi, that would be really appreciated. If you keep spamming about Nancy Pelosi, I'm just going to block you because it's boring. And you don't want to come up and debate. You didn't want to stay when I showed you how she got rich. And I'm just done. I don't have time for this, bro. Life is too short. I can watch Hamilton again. Dance teacher voice. Those B's in billion went off. They think we blindly love our politicians the same way they do. Yeah, for real. Speaker blocked. Yo, do you know that's the second time Piff just said speaker blocked me. You're literally typing. I'm starting to think he's just a troll. Dan should narrate audiobooks. Well, I was thinking about narrating certain kinds of books on the Only Dans, but I don't know. I don't know if they'll be political in nature. All right, let's see here. Is he an Elon burner?
What's up, man?
Hey, what's up?
So you think that Pelosi is a corrupt politician? Is that fair to say?
I wouldn't go as far to say corrupt. I don't really have evidence of her being corrupt, but I.
And then, sorry,
wait.
That was just. I just wanted to see your opinion on that. But did you want me to focus on the headline that you brought up?
Oh well, yeah. So if you're a Trump supporter, then I just need you to pass the litmus test first, and then we can have a discussion.
I am a Trump supporter.
Okay, so are you okay with this, or do you denounce this?
So that's kind of tough for me because I like what Trump is doing with the deportation. I think it needed to happen. I mean, countries emptied out their prisons. The worst type of people were brought into this country, and I think
I am going to stop you. I'm sorry. When you say countries emptied out their prisons, this is a lie fed to you by Donald Trump. All right. I know where the lie originated, which was that one country, it might have been Venezuela. I can't remember which one.
I think it was Venezuela. That's the one
they
got highlighted the most.
They emptied their prison, but what that meant was all of the people. Coffee, thank you for the dinosaur. All of the people that were released were people from one specific riot that were all released at the same time because they decided not to charge them. Now that somehow rolled into countries are emptying their prisons, emptying their insane asylums, and sending people to our country. That's all a lie.
And I'm, I have enough common sense to understand that, that's a bit of a reach. I get that.
So I need to ask again. Do you denounce this?
I'm gonna say no. I'm
You
gonna
don't
say no.
You don't denounce it.
No, I don't denounce it. No.
Okay. You're a horrible human being. I never want to talk to you in my life.
Wait.
and you can eat
No,
shit.
denounce. Sorry, got me twisted. No, I don't support that. Can I?
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Dave.
Sorry, that's what I meant to say.
Okay. Well, you do have to survive a
Anyway,
vote still, but.
And the reason why, and I think that's pushing it a little too far. You know, I think a statement like that or a headline like that is made to get a rise out of people like you and people on the left and probably people on the right too. I think it's just a statement that doesn't need to really.
It's made to dehumanize undocumented immigrants. That's what the statement's for. Like, let's be clear. It's made to fearmonger. It's made to dehumanize them.
I think the real way to go about it would be just to talk about the actual problems, like fentanyl, for example, and getting the criminals out first. And that's what happened. You know, the first couple weeks, that needed to happen. I feel like both sides of the aisle can agree on that.
Do you know that a
We got
majority
some
of the
really
fentanyl brought into this
dangerous
country is
people
brought
outta
by
here.
American citizens? Did you know that?
Sorry, can you repeat that?
A majority of the fentanyl brought into this country is brought here by American citizens.
There's no way that's true. I'm sorry, but there's no way that's true.
Okay, so-
it comes from Mexico the most, right over the border. That's how it gets here, majority. And that's what we should be focusing on. You know, talk about the big problems and talk about why we're doing it, not just throw a bogus headline up there like that, just to get a rise out of people. And I do agree with you. I think that is kind of a dehumanizing
Okay, so
thing.
here's what we're gonna do here.
Okay.
I'm gonna show you. This is the source is Customs and Border Patrol. I have to imagine you'd agree with the sources, not MSNBC. This is Customs and Border Patrol, our CPB, right?
Okay. But
More
even you
than
showing me
90% of interdicted fentanyl is stopped at ports of entry where cartels attempt to smuggle it primarily in vehicles driven by U.S. citizens.
Okay, but where is it coming from? That's that's what we're talking about here. You know, it
Right.
doesn't
So
matter
what is
who's behind
deporting?
the wheel. And
What?
honestly, it really doesn't. Can I finish? It honestly doesn't really matter. You know, who's the leader of what? It needs to stop regardless.
How does deporting people stop those citizens? Can you tell me?
Because first of all, we need to deport.
How does
illegal-
no. So you already got voted out. So I'm giving you the
How
answer to
many
one more
was there?
question. How does
What-
deporting people stop those 90% U.S. citizens? How?
I feel like that's a trick question. Like, how am I supposed to answer that?
The point is it doesn't.
It's not. It's not.
If
directly
you
going to.
if you weren't a Trump cultist, your answer would be it doesn't actually.
I mean, who the hell is a Trump cultist, though? Is there a Trump cult? I didn't know about that.
Yeah. You best start believing in the Trump cult, buddy. You're in one. That's a Pirates of the Caribbean reference. Anyway, you have a day. I actually didn't think he was gonna lose that vote. I thought I thought chat would want to see the rest of the debate, but I get it. I get it. It was a close election.
What's up?
Hello.
What's going on?
Do you denounce this?
That's an interesting way to start this out. I just had a quick question, and I'm gonna drop down.
Well, I still would like to know if you denounce this.
Ooh, let me get mine by first. A couple months ago, you told me that.
Nope. I don't know why you thought you could just go first. This is my life. I need to know if you denounce this. It's an easy question.
I don't see why we're like I don't want to. I guess that's why nobody's requesting up tonight because you're wanting to start out.
I don't want people to request up tonight. I wasn't even planning on doing debates tonight. I don't know if you saw this.
Okay.
It requires reading, but it doesn't. Does it say debates up there? So I'm gonna ask you.
Bullshit tonight.
I'm gonna ask you. Do you denounce this? It's a super easy question. This is a slam dunk question. Super easy. Do you denounce this? That's a runner, chat. That's a runner. I didn't kick him. Refuse to denounce it. Why are you running?
Why are you running?
Thank you, Miles. Great minds. I am very upset they aren't even appalled by this. Yeah, me too. Me too. Thank you, Rose, for the mark of love. I wanna run away, never say goodbye. I haven't heard that song in so long. Oh my god, Ryle just put the Linkin Park song back in my head. It's probably been 10 years since I've heard that song. All right, who's old enough to remember when you were on LimeWire and you were downloading Linkin Park AMVs of Dragon Ball Z fights, destroying your computer in the process? I got my internet turned off for that. Guilty. I'm not old, but me. I was with you until you said DBZ. Well, I guess it might be different depending on the type of media you consumed. I was grounded for it. Literally, my roommate in college, he caused our dorm internet to crash. Napster era. Yeah, that's fair. Oh, Steve finally left from the request box.
Subden.
What's up?
I'm sober today.
Thank God.
But tomorrow is another day.
Well, Maxim, I don't want to be the bearer of bad news, but I don't know if I can let you up drunk anymore.
I mean, it was good, almost for the most part.
Let's move on. What's up?
It's good. I'm tired. You know, I'm tired of. It's like your job, our job, everyone's of a sentient person job is to explain such a simple things that could be done in a few clicks, that could be explained, and it's just so fucking tiring. And for the most part, I don't even care about the lies. Because now he's just like exposing himself in the purest nature he can. Because he has nothing to lose, nothing to hide. He's not gonna be held responsible for anything. And it's like, and even at this point, some people don't care. This is not enough. What is a fucking enough? At what point some people will say like, oh yeah, I was wrong about this person? Because personally for me, it was like yesterday when I blocked my friend that I met as a she came as a volunteer to Ukraine. She's been on the east of Ukraine, on the front line. She's been helping there, and she voted for Trump. And I was like, why the fuck you here and voting for Trump? Like, what's how is it connected? How are you connecting these dots? How you are connecting your values with this person? And like the most recent example is just the shit he has said about Ukraine. And I was like, do you have anything to say about this? And she's like, well, time will show. And I was like, no, time won't show. You just like, I just don't understand. I don't understand how this fits like in one single person, you know.
Thanks, Obama.
I don't understand. Neely, thank you for the sub. I don't understand how time will show. Time is what more do you need to see than what took place over the past 2 days? Like, what more do you need to see?
Exactly.
It's a cult, man.
It works. And I think we like I don't know. I have this feeling that me personally, I just want to radicalize. I don't want to explain anything anymore. Like I just want to be, I want to be MAGA on the left. Like I want to be. I don't give a fuck. I just like. I just want to hate right wing, and that's it. I'm not. I'm done explaining. I'm done. I don't know. It's like spreading. Like there's facts that not a single word that comes from the most of the mouths are true, and it's so fucking easily verifiable, and it's just
Yeah.
fuck it. Anyway, just in case, in 2014, it's been Euromaidan in Ukraine. The revolution that started, probably, like you could say, it was a start of this
Saga.
saga of Russia-Ukraine war, and that what was the moment when Ukrainian people decided that pro-Russian president shouldn't be there anymore. And I think it's a good time to start think this way in the United States. So just in case, if you have fellow Ukrainian, he will or they they will probably know a good recipe that includes motor oil, bottles, and styrofoam. That's very good against big, even armored vehicles.
Yeah.
I mean, guys, I'm just in case, like, he's removing unloyal generals in an army. Why should he do this? I don't feel the need except for using it for its own sake. And you should maybe prepare for something. Not in the nearest future, but like 4 years gonna be long.
All right, man. Thank you for coming up.
Yeah, thank you for this event session. And yeah, he's a king now, also. True. He's not even fucking hiding it. It's a fucking monarchy, it's a fucking dictatorship, and it's like very open about it. And yet this is not enough for some people. Okay, have a nice night. Thanks for inviting me. Bye.
All right, so there's a guy in chat. I got to read this comment in YouTube chat. Okay? He said, "I'd rather be ruled by robber barons than omnipotent moral busybodies. The robber baron's greed may sometimes be satiated, but the busybodies will torment without end." This person is comfortable with being ruled by robber barons and would rather lick boots than, I don't even know what he means by omnipotent moral busybodies. Is it the Illuminati? Like, what is he even talking about? That person is off the meds? Yeah. You like that, don't you? Glug, glug, glug. Sliver it all up for Daddy Don. Edgy leftist? I would hope not. That had to be a Trump supporter. All right. What do we got over here? Hi, welcome up.
Hey, how you doing?
I'm doing all right. How are you?
Okay, with respect, could you tell me what Is you in America? You in another country? If you don't mind, because I wanted to say something. I want to make sure I'm talking to the right people.
I am in the United States.
Okay, good. All right. Look, let me first of all, Trump, with respect, everybody overrating this clown. Okay, Trump. First, you have to understand how the constitutional works. Okay, Trump is not a king. That's bullshit. Okay, we have no kings under our constitution unless our constitution has been removed. The members of Congress are about to go to jail. A lot of them aiding and abetting and advocating the overthrow of our constitutional form of government. American people have a right to sue members of Congress for aiding and abetting Trump and what he's doing. Trump now is using propaganda. Let me give you a good example. Okay, India, we just found out that India, the country of India, supplied the United States with over 20,000 EVM voting machines. EVM voting machines parts come from China. Okay, we just found this out. I want you to take note of this. And the fact that Donald Trump, Elon Musk himself, and you want to know the truth about what's happening, go to India News because all these white people controlling news media here. Now, the thing of it is that what we found out that, and I tell everybody, everyone in the United States needs to make what's called an open records request for all these different states on concerning open records requests on our voting machines, how much was purchased, when they was purchased, where they was purchased from. You'll find out that our voting machines were purchased from India. Only this election, over 20,000 of them. So I'm gonna tell you what these fuckers are scared of.
I would have let that keep going, but TikTok would have removed for election misinformation. Normally, I would have kept it going for the content, but TikTok does have rules against election misinformation, so. I'm too elevated for this. Was he a leftist or a Trumper? He wasn't a Trumper. I don't know what he was, but he wasn't a Trumper. Hi, welcome up.
I'm not opposition, but I wanted to pick your brain about whether you think kind of like the whole Trumpism thing is kind of like extinction burst, where it's kind of like this whole shift towards right ideology is kind of a reactionary cause because of the shifting views in America. Positive views.
Yeah, someone asked me this last week. I think it's possible, and I mean, I guess that if it is, then that's a good thing. But I don't know.
Okay. Yeah, it's kind of been, I don't know, it's interesting to see kind of like some of the reactionary stuff that people kind of been having overall, just the rhetoric, and then also kind of just like the sentimental views about how extreme this second administration, like the second term, has been compared to Trump's first term.
Yeah.
All right. Well, thank you so much.
Thank you. Why do you have audio interrupting your guest? That's pretty rude. So the audio is attached to the gifts that are sent. It allows chat to be interactive, and it's also fun in this time of horror. So I apologize if you don't like it, but most people do like the sound effects.
That's a damn lie.
Hello?
JWK, thank you. Hi, welcome up.
I got one thing to say about Trump.
Obama.
Thank you, Carla. Okay.
Why the hell do you not like dick being a booty? Like, what?
I should have kicked because he was 12.
It gets on my nerves. Like,
Come on, man.
Thank you. I love that. I love that whenever somebody talks about the sound effects, chat starts sending sound effects. Thank you, Alter Ego. What gifts do sounds? I At this point, like most of them, I think most of the gifts that are over 100 coins do sounds, or like 100 coins. I think is the lowest. Pretty sure. The only one I hate is wrong. Oh, that's the confetti, I think. Oh, we have hold on. We have some new sound effects, chat. Let's do them now while we're here. We need a chart for the sounds. There is one pinned in the Discord.
No.
Thank you, Maxim. Oh, I don't know what gift that was. Hold on. That's a new gift. Sean, I don't know what that was. Thank you for the feather mask. The best one is the Trump microphone one. Okay, hold on. All right, we got some new sound. First of all, we have some new sounds. Then we're gonna go over the sounds. For those that are new here, we're gonna go over some of the sounds real quick. But
You've been watching a little too much Fox News.
That's pretty good. Dan, you need to eat. You're right. Vicky, thank you so much for the diamond microphone. Hold on, I got something to play for that. 1 second. Thank you, Squeaky, for the hand heart. Thank you, Antoine, for the marvelous confetti. I'm gonna play something real quick for the diamond microphone. I'm blowing out my damn throat. There we go. Okay, so we have the Fox News one. Then we have.
They use magnets. It's a new theory. Magnets are going to lift the planes up.
That's pretty good. Chat, think about gifts that don't have sounds yet, because we got to put the Fox News one. We got to do the magnets one. My favorite is the hanging lights. Yeah, that one's fun.
Turn like a pretzel.
I like that one for when MAGA turns like a pretzel. All right, so we got pretzel, Fox News, and the magnets.
Our country is being destroyed by stupid people.
Fuck, that's good. And then the stupid people one. That's 4. We need 4 gifts, chat. Dan, add the one where he goes JD Mandel. 4 gifts. The damn throat one took me out the first time I heard it. I missed the Fox News one. I'll play it again.
You've been watching a little too much Fox News.
Okay, so well, Diamond Microphone doesn't have a sound, so we could add something to Diamond Microphone.
Thanks, Obama. Thanks, Obama. Thanks, Obama. Thanks, Obama. Thanks, Obama.
MNO, thanks. Thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs.
Try it.
Thank you, Shauna. Thank you, Vicky. Oh, another Diamond Microphone. Hold on, we didn't put a sound yet. Here, I'll play this again. I'm blowing out my damn throat. And you know what? One of these two.
I don't care about you. I just want your vote. I don't care.
Oh, was that Maxim? Hold on. MNO, thanks. Is that Maxim? Okay. Casey, thank you so much for the $25. Thank you for being a bellwether. I don't even know what that means. I'll Google it. Sounds like a compliment, though. Casey, thank you so much for the $25. This is hashtag hand hearts. This is the hand heart sound. Dan, I have a question. Is it about the highlight videos? I knew it. Any sounds I sent you? Wait, which sounds did you send me? Let's see.
Oh, brother, this guy stinks!
And I don't think that plastic's going to affect a shark very much as they're munching their way through the ocean.
Windmills killing. Oh wait, that is a sound, Susan. That's the sound for the whale diving. But whale diving is an inexpensive gift, so I'll play it for free.
Windmills are driving the whales crazy, obviously.
Bellwether. The leading sheep of a flock. with a bell on its neck. Oof, not getting called a sheep. No, I'm kidding. Thank you so much, Casey. Yeah, I've only ever heard bellwether in regards to bellwether districts. So in elections, bellwether districts refers to. Thank you for the hat and mustache. Where Megan, thank you for the hat and mustache. Bellwether districts refer to districts that, when their votes come in, can be like a canary in the coal mine for how the election is going to go. It could be like an early indicator, like, oh, that district voted red. That usually means that the country's going to vote red or something like that. A predictor, yes. Take the next guest. I don't even want to do guests right now. We're just doing sound effects. But okay, sure. Thank you for the finger heart, Alicia. Hi, welcome up.
Hey Dan, how's it going?
It's going all right. How are you?
Aside from all this BS, I'm doing all right. So first off, appreciate what you do in terms of like making sure that between fact checking amongst everything else, that everyone is well informed of what's going on, because obviously there's still a lot of people misinformed.
This is for the guy in chat that came in thinking he was cooking. How was it debunked? Here, I'll read it for you. People who are listed as over 100 years old in the Social Security system are not necessarily receiving benefits. These are people in our records with Social Security numbers who do not have a date of death associated with their record. That does not mean that they're receiving benefits. Elon Musk provided zero evidence that they were receiving benefits. And as a and also to let you know, COBOL, which is the program that the Social Security Administration is ran on, has a default earliest date of 1875, which is why Elon Musk lied to you and said, "Oh, 150-year-olds are receiving benefits." This is a simple Google search. Just Google Social Security 150-year-olds, and like all the links are going to be Elon Musk is a liar. You didn't do it. You just accepted his word on face value, and that's unfortunate, harsh. All right, sorry. Here you go.
No, you're good. And the only reason that they picked even 1875 to begin with, if memory serves me right, is because there was some like event that took place in France. But anywho, I was chatting with other people earlier, and we were having this discussion. Can I give you a really like, it's very bizarre tinfoil hat theory, but it's scary how like very close it is to like accuracy.
Yeah.
So we were talking about stuff involving like P25 and like how a lot of the stuff that's in it mirrors almost to a T a lot of Trump's failed policies, and all the stuff that he is trying to do, how it reflects that. He's got in the FAA, failed Trump airline, Department of Agriculture,
Thanks,
Trump
Obama.
steak, 60% tax on alcohol, Trump vodka, gutting the Department of Education, Trump University. If memory serves me right, I think in P25 it says the banning of video games. Well, Trump's board game failed. Like I know it's such a reach to where a person could have stretch marks, but it's almost scary just like how connected that it all is.
You know what? The reason it sounds like it's connected is because Trump has failed in so many different aspects that you can apply that to like a lot of things. So I'm going to go ahead and call it a conspiracy theory and not the truth.
Oh,
Thank you,
I believe
Goldberg.
it's a conspiracy theory too. We were just shooting the shit with a couple times, and just it was so scary how like very close it was. But it wouldn't surprise me with just how very petty and vindictive that he is.
Thanks,
Yeah.
Obama.
Totally agree. Thank you, Maxim, for the gifted sub. Spencer, you just got a sub.
Oh, thank you. Oh, fuck.
Harsh, I literally just called it a conspiracy theory. I don't know if your ears work, but hope that helps. Did you have anything else, Spencer?
Yeah, I just find it funny too. Sorry, I'll have mental blocks from time to time. Especially just how him and Musk will like react anytime someone speaks in opposition, to the point where it's like they gotta try to silence them. And it boggles my mind so much. It's like you've purposely put yourself on this pedestal, and you're going to flip out anyone someone so insignificant to you in your mind that you get upset when they criticize you, as to like, why would you even want to even put yourself on that pedestal if you can't handle the criticism?
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't know, it boggles my mind. Like, I could keep going, but I'm just gonna end up rambling on. I just feel like I just need to come on and say that. But thanks, man. I appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you for coming up.
Yep. You mind throwing me overboard?
I got you.
Thank you.
Carmine, thank you for the $5. Dan, you forgot. Oh wait, the rest of this $5 donation message is not going to be finished by me. It says, Dan, you forgot.
Our country is being destroyed by stupid people.
Thank you, Carmine, for the $5. Go on to the next guest. Which gift is that one? We haven't applied it to a gift yet. Melissa, if you want to look at the gifts and see something that doesn't have... Ooh, wait. Vicky, thank you for the Dragon Crown. Wait, Vicky's hitting all the gifts that don't have sounds. Should we do Dragon Crown for our countries being destroyed by stupid people?
Kiss Barack Obama's ass.
See, I don't know when that would be sent, that one. I don't know what context that would make sense.
Our country is being destroyed by stupid people.
All right, let me finish up the last couple of requests, and then we're gonna revamp the soundboard. Appreciate the therapy session nights.
Hey.
Hi.
Did you see today that Steve Bannon did the Nazi salute?
I didn't. Can you lower the TV, please?
Oh, yeah.
Thanks, Obama.
I did see Steve Bannon call Musk a parasitic illegal immigrant.
Yeah, at like towards the end of his CPAC, like his whatever when he was talking, he literally did the Nazi salute.
I'll just play it. I just found it. We're getting y'all. This is my first reaction, chat. This is we're going in blind. This is the first reaction.
All running around. What's the future of MAGA? What's the future in 2028? We ain't worried about 2028. We're worried about today and tomorrow and the next day. That's how we won. We didn't go back in 2021. Well, what's going to happen in 2024? No, it's every single day. You report for duty and we get it done. Action, action, action. So media, you don't have to come up and ask me. I'm going to tell you right now. The future of America is MAGA. Okay? And the future of MAGA is Donald J. Trump. We want Trump in 28. That's what they can't stand. A man like Trump comes along only once or twice in a country's history, right? We want Trump. We want Trump. We want Trump. We want Trump. We want Trump.
Yeah.
God, I love you. Nothing's gonna work them up like that. No. They want to say, oh, Trump's a lame duck. Trump's this. Trump's that. Trump's not around 28. Trump is here. He's the leader of this movement. When they record the history of this age, they ain't gonna remember me or Elon Musk or Tucker Carlson or Sean Hannity. They're gonna remember two things: Donald Trump and MAGA. Okay? And you know what?
Maybe that wasn't it. I didn't see him do it.
No, that wasn't.
Oh, here we go.
The only
Can I ask
way
you about
that
something
they
here at
win
home?
is
You also introduced a bill to limit.
I'm sorry. Apologize.
we retreat, and we're not going to retreat. We're not going to surrender. We're not going to quit. Fight, fight, fight. Amen.
Yeah.
Well, I'm glad we watched the first one too, because those are both super troubling. All right, MAGA, let's hear it. This is at CPAC. This is the conservative convention, right? So this is not fringe. This is the convention ran by Republicans for Republicans. Steve Bannon was a personal advisor for Trump, and Steve Bannon just called for a third term and made a Nazi salute. Can we hear the defense?
It's giving the final solution. It's literally like just. I come from a Soviet culture. Like one of my country was part of the USSR, and I can tell you it's literally like this is just like the same. It's the same playbook of like this imperialism. It's really sad, and I just wanted to come up and say like if you saw that salute, but it's really scary. But again, MAGA will just they don't really care, and it's just part of the whole own the libs mentality that they just aren't paying attention to what's going on. It's really sad.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you for bringing that to our attention. Appreciate you. Did Grindr crash in the area of CPAC again? I don't know. We can't be scared. We need to be angry. This is more than owning the libs. Well, the thing is, a lot of them are willing to sell their souls to own the libs. Like it starts with owning the libs, and then they're all of a sudden they're just following orders.
What's going on, Dan?
How you doing?
Good. But yeah, picking back off what you just said, I mean, look at JD Vance and what's his name, Marco Rubio. Like these are people that strongly opposed him in 2016, and now they're just doing whatever he tells them to do. So, but I kind of wanted to offer a perspective from somebody who's in grad school and that federal freeze thing. Like that's kind of personally affecting me. Like I had a talk with my PI, and I'm in grad school for drug design discovery. Like so, my research is funded by the NIH. And my PI was just telling me like pretty much how the federal freeze is like kind of fucking us over as an institution. Whenever we get invited to present our research at like a conference or get any sort of networking event to like try and boost our resume, share our research, connect with other researchers, whatever the case may be, our school reimburse us for anything that we spend on top of giving us like maybe like a $500 or $1,000 like travel funds for like tickets and lodging and stuff like that. The issue though is they get reimbursed, like our reimbursements that they give us, the Fed matches that. That's gone right now. So it's coming straight out of faculty funds and what the school has. And like little by little, like I'm starting to notice little changes. Like we used to have like food whenever somebody would give a talk, like for our third year students. The budget's so tight, they're like not even doing that. And this is just pizza and stuff like that. Like this is not even like some grand buffet. I'm hearing that the grant that's funding me and giving me my monthly stipend could be in question. Just because like it's not a diversity grant, but it does ask for stuff like if you're an American citizen, it asks for your race, and these are things that could potentially be targeted. And it's like, I'm only 25, bro, but like how can I put this? Usually I don't know if it's because I'm getting older, but like whoever's in charge typically has never trickled down this far to where it's affecting me like personally. And I'm hearing that like my grant might be up in question. And it's just kind of crazy. Like
usually it does affect a lot of people personally, but it's not so direct, right?
Yeah.
It's like
tax policy and stuff. I understand that.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean that's crazy. I'm sorry.
Yeah. And then like it's frustrating too, because like one of my boys, like he voted for Biden last term, and then he like I don't know, he just watching too much Candace Owens or whatever, but decided to vote for Trump this term. So he'll send me stuff like for instance, that comment that Trump talked about Gaza, right? Like how he's talking about he wants to bulldoze and like basically turn into some sort of private resort, but the Palestinians are going to have to be forcibly removed. He sends me like, as kind of like a gotcha, what his press secretary said. Oh, he's not going to use military force. That's just like a fake media. And I'm just like, how do you combat this level of disinformation? Because it's so strong to the point where
Thanks,
Like,
Obama.
the
Thanks,
playbook
Obama.
is like
Thanks, Obama. Thanks,
say
Obama.
something. Oh shoot, sorry.
No, you're good. Thank you, Maxim.
The playbook is like say something that is so blatantly wrong, but say it loud and confidently, and say so much of it to where people are scrambling to like check and see if what. So I've seen people protest. I saw a lot of protests, but like how do you combat this type of stuff, bro?
It's hard, man. It's hard because it takes 5 seconds to lie and 5 minutes to debunk the lie. So they're just flooding the zone. Super difficult. All you can do is just try to. You got to start small. You got to just try to be the voice of reason to your friends and your loved ones, at least the ones with open minds. But like we might be past that point. We might, like Solari said, general strike. We might be at that point.
Yeah, because I saw a lot of protests over President's Day weekend. That was pretty encouraging to see. But just to give you like another example, like I remember it was me and just this last thing, but like it was me, the friend I was talking about, and his cousin. We were all on a Discord, just like talking, playing games, whatever. And he's like, I don't want to just follow that mentality of other black people that just think Trump is racist for no reason. And I'm just like, it's not for no reason. Like there's very valid things, like him and his father getting sued. And then I brought up like this interview. You might have seen it where I don't know if it was like a morning show, but he was like talking about how the reporter was like, what if we have like this liberal school that's teaching our children that this country was built off of slavery and we stole land from Native Americans? And Trump's response was, oh, well, we just won't fund that school.
I know the exact clip. It was on Fox and Friends. He was on the phone and they asked him, what if they teach our children this fake history that the country was built by slaves? What do you mean fake history?
That's literally what happened. Like,
yeah.
And we send it to him and we're like, okay, you keep saying like all the stuff about him being racist from way back when, whatever. I was like, this is something that happened just now, aside from like the Muslim ban during his term and all this other stuff.
Yeah, there's a bunch.
He's like, okay, if Trump's really racist, then why did he give so much money to HBCUs? And I was like, I'm glad you said that because he actually cut funding from HBCUs to, I believe, fund more of the military.
I don't know where he put the money, but he funded it less than Obama, that's for sure.
Yeah, and Biden respectively. I think Biden and Obama both were funding HBCUs with billions, and then Trump was like, I think 250 million or something like that, like a lot less. So I sent that to him, and we were like, yo, you thought this was going to be some sort of gotcha, but it wasn't. And he's like, well, we don't know what else he was trying to fund. And I'm just like, bro, can you just admit to being wrong about something, please? That's to me, bro, that's the most frustrating part, bro. Like,
it's the social media. I don't know if it's Fresh and Fit or I don't know if it's fucking Sneeko or Candace Owens. They got a grip on these young men, bro. And I appreciate that you haven't been gripped. I appreciate
hell no, dude. Hell no. Like I just it's tough because like, this is my friend and like I see him and I know a degree don't make you smart, but this is a motherfucker who got a degree in neuroscience. And I'm like, dude, I know you're smarter than this. Why do you apply fact, logic, and reasoning to when you were earning your degree when we were in school together? And then now we're out and it's like, you just don't apply that same sort of like framework to politics. Like, I don't know.
I'm not gonna lie. I stopped assuming people with like really extensive degrees are smart when Ben Carson ran for president.
Yeah, especially because like, yeah, he's a great surgeon, performs something that's crazy, but it don't mean that he know what he's talking about when it comes.
He thought the pyramids were where Moses stored grain. So yeah. And
at what point, like, I don't know. I feel like censorship. It's not censorship if people fact check you. Like, it's just wrong. And the last thing I want to say, did you see that? What's it called? What he put about? He's trying to commemorate like Muhammad Ali, Kobe Bryant. Like, did you see that news recently? Like, where he's trying to put the like statues of them up?
No, I haven't seen that.
It's very recent. If you just search like Trump, Kobe Bryant, he's trying to put a bunch of statues up of some like prominent black figures. And again, the same dude sent it to me, and I was like, it's funny you say that because Kobe Bryant was not a fan of Trump at all. Like, there's a tweet where he's like, basically saying like, it's funny to me how somebody who is the most divisive president, how is he going to make America great again? But you'll see it. And I told him, I was like, bro, what does this actually do for the black community? This guy is against DEI. He cut funding to HBCUs. He's just trying to curry favor. Like, this is not the flex you think it is.
I mean, one of his campaign surrogates was literally saying like, black people now love Trump because he's a felon.
Yeah.
Bro.
Yeah. Like, he's playing your face. And here's what I try to tell him. I'm like, bro, yes, I voted for Biden. Yes. But like, here's the thing, right? When Biden made that ignorant comment about, you're not black, you don't vote for me. Like, we hold him accountable for that. We don't ignore that. Like, we just look at, okay, yeah, he said that, but like on a policy front and based on where America was after Trump, his first term, we were a mess. And it's like, the difference is we can hold Biden accountable to stuff that he said and done and comparatively look at what he's done in office. But for some reason, y'all have like selective memory when it comes to like things that Trump is currently doing like right now. Like this attack on DEI and blaming DEI on a freaking plane crash when he's gutting the agencies that like oversee all this shit and not allowing them to hire anybody.
Yeah.
And then last thing, I know I'm kind of like ranting right now, but
you're good.
It's just frustrating, man. Like I remember, so like I eventually want to work at the CDC. That's why I'm trying to go to school and get my doctorate in biochem. Like that's where I want to go. And I always monitor this like one position that I'm looking at just to make sure like I'm doing what I need to be doing, research what I need to be researching, whatever. And for the first time, like I check just like the career portal and it's like frozen because there's like this big banner on the application portal, like due to the mandate on January 22nd or 23rd, whenever he mandated it, there's a hiring freeze. And I'm just like, bruh, and now RFK's in charge. Like, I just, this don't even feel like this feels like a fucking movie, bro. Like,
yeah, for real.
But I appreciate the work you do. I appreciate you, like, trying to debunk these people. Even though they be arguing in bad faith, you still try to combat them with the truth. And I think the left needs an ecosystem like similar to that of like Turning Point, like whatever the right has, like Charlie Kirk, Candace Owens, how they have these huge media conglomerates. The left needs something like that to combat that shit. And I appreciate seeing people like you do that. So.
Yeah, I mean, that would be nice if we can get something like that going.
For sure. Appreciate you, Ram.
Yep. Thank you so much.
Mm-hmm. You can drop me.
Gotcha.
Hey Dan, how you doing?
I'm all right. How are you?
I'm okay. I heard you talking about CPAC. And I just wanted to point out they're so desperate for people to talk at CPAC that one of the speakers was failed British Prime Minister Liz Truss, who was outlasted by a lettuce, crashed our economy, had the shortest 49 days she was the prime minister for. And in a run of like 5 prime ministers in about 10 years, which is ridiculous anyway, she lasted 49 days because she was so terrible. That's the quality of people that are speaking at CPAC. I don't know what to say. Apart from, you're welcome to her. Please keep her. We don't want her back.
Well, I don't know that we want her either, but
yeah, are you sure? She's very charismatic.
Oh, Erica, while you're here.
Yes.
Is your FYP filled with British food slander as well?
It really is, yes.
Yeah.
Yes. I love that. This is what I love. So I've had I'm sure you can imagine. I mean, after me coming up here before and someone in the comments saying Chinese food, I don't know if you remember that when I was up on the panel before and I left and someone was like Chinese food. But this is the thing. If you actually watch all the videos Keith Lee has made while he's been here, he's done two that have been bad, both of them on English breakfast. Which I get it, like there's some things that you eat that you don't like. That's fine. Nobody is referencing the other 7 food reviews that he's done where he loved everything he ate. So it's weird. And then I get told by people, well, that's not British food. But I don't see Americans in his comment sections while he's in the US saying that's not American food when he eats like Mexican or he eats, Thai food or because much like the US, we have a whole ton of people from different parts of the world that make this their home. And just because they are not white, it doesn't mean they are not British. I think that's really important. Yeah. So there we go. Yeah, it's filled with food slander. I don't know what, or it's filled with people saying, "Our breakfasts are great. You just didn't eat it right." Is the other one. Like
Thank you all. There you go.
take a little bit of everything on your fork, not why are you trying everything individually? But
When Keith Lee started saying this just tastes like ingredients.
Yeah, doesn't all food taste like ingredients? Isn't that kind of what food is?
I guess it depends, but yeah, I'm happy to hear your take on it. Because I've been a little bit addicted to those videos, and I get the videos even before Keith Lee's tour. I got the Spud Bros videos a lot, just because they're like satisfying to watch. But like beans and tuna is not an actual thing. Like y'all don't get that, right?
I would never eat tuna, and I don't like tuna anyway.
Okay.
I don't personally know anybody who has beans and tuna together on a jacket potato. I do know people that have beans and coleslaw, which is weird enough for me. But beans and tuna's crazy talk.
Well, so beans and coleslaw, I can actually see with like at an American barbecue place, like if it's like barbecue baked beans. But I've heard that the British beans are not the same flavor profile, like they're ketchupy. That's what I've heard.
I don't think so. I don't think they're ketchup. Do you have Heinz cream of tomato soup?
I don't know if I've had specifically Heinz cream of tomato soup. I've had cream of tomato soup.
Okay. So imagine beans in like a really thin cream of tomato soup. It's that kind of, well, not that thin actually, but it's that kind of flavor. So it's not ketchupy, and I don't think they're as sweet as like barbecue American beans. Like I love beans, and the thing that people don't get is that's beans on toast is like a struggle meal, right? It's something that you either have it because it's comfort food, or you have it because it's the end of the month and you've got no money left, so you can afford a loaf of bread and you can afford a few tins of beans, and it's protein, right?
Yeah.
And I think a lot of the food that Britain is judged on, it got a bad name during World War II when all the GIs came over and we had rationing. And there was just no food available, so you got what you were given and you were pleased about it, So beans on toast is like our, I don't know, I'm trying to think of an equivalent that you might have, like ramen, or when you don't
Peanut butter
have
jelly.
Yeah, maybe, yeah. It's and you when I was a kid, you could buy a can of beans for like 15 pence. And a lot of the families I knew relied on it towards the end of the month. But I love it. Beans on toast, bit of cheese, Worcestershire sauce.
I will say, in regards to beans on toast, I've never really criticized it because growing up with Middle Eastern parents, sometimes we have fava beans for breakfast and we eat them with pita bread. The flavor profiles are different; they're not like tomatoey. It's more like a garlic lemon sauce. But I mean, that's beans and toast technically. So
Yeah, and every culture has its own version, right? So in beans are very big in Mexican food, and and you might have them in a breakfast burrito or something of that nature. So I think as well, palates are different in different places. I think having lived in the UK and the US, the quality of the produce here is much better. But you know, in traditional British food is seasoned with things that grew in Britain. As traditional food is anywhere. So there's a ton of like mustard and rosemary and thyme and sage and, you know, herbs rather than spices, I guess. But yeah, it's, you know, it's the same with anything. You can go to some great places and eat, and you can go to some shitty places and eat. Someone said, do you know why mushy peas are on everything? I do not eat mushy peas. I think they're disgusting. So no. And I would argue they're not on everything. Otherwise, I would never eat food. It's a special kind of pea called a marrow fat pea, which just has an awful taste that I don't appreciate. So they're really sweet but weird. I don't know. Can't explain it. But yeah, thank you. I only came up to make the Liz Truss is an idiot point.
I appreciate that,
so,
and I I decided to rope you into a British food conversation. But
I'm always facts still matter. Loves to oh, he's in the comments.
look at
There he
that.
is.
Speak of the devil.
He loves to like complain about British food to me, and because he knows it annoys me. But yeah, anyway, I'm gonna properly go to sleep now because I was listening to you with the CPAC thing. Have a lovely rest of your evening.
You as well. Thank you so much. Damn, what time is it in England right now? It's gotta be late, right? They have food in Britain. Oh, okay. So here's something. So last night, is this a safe space? I think so. I guess it depends on the context. So last night, I was making a TikTok
Thanks,
on
Obama.
my non-politics account. Thank you so much, Thaddeus. I was making a TikTok on my non-politics account. It's a safe place if you have a soul. Yeah, exactly. If you're soulless, this is not safe for you. And the whole TikTok was just me saying, well, actually, you know what? I'll just pull it up. Hold on. Okay, so this is the TikTok. Did I miss the meeting where everybody on TikTok decided to collectively bully cave divers and British food this week? Did I miss the meeting where everybody on TikTok decided to collectively bully cave divers and British food this week? Okay. So I had to re-record this like 30 times, and I still am not satisfied with the way I said British food. For whatever reason, I could not say it in that sentence. I kept stumbling over British food. British food. Like, here, I'll play it again. You can hear it. Did I miss the meeting where everybody on TikTok decided to collectively bully cave divers and British food this week? Like, it was so difficult. I don't know why. Like, I could say it right now. British food. Oh, I have to say British. But like in the middle of a sentence, it was so difficult. I don't know why. Anyway, what were we doing? One more time. No, you guys got enough. Pritzker. We'll get there, Barbie. We'll get there. I still have it open. Thank you, Vicky, for the sharing crab. Hi, welcome up. Hello? Guest? Love Light? Are you there? Bueller? Okay. All right. We have two things left we're going to do tonight. Okay? There's two things. Number one, we're gonna redo the sounds because we have like 4 or 5 sounds to add, and we might shift some sounds around. Number two, we're gonna watch the JB Pritzker speech. Okay. Now the JB Pritzker speech, I think I want to start that now because I need to use the restroom. Wait, when's the breakdown? What breakdown? The mental breakdown. It's a slow burn. No to what? It's ongoing. Yeah, it's current. Yeah. So I'm gonna start the speech. I'm gonna go to the restroom. I might grab a snack as well. But I'll be listening, and I'll be back, and we'll finish the speech, and then we'll finish the speech. No, you can hold it. We'll finish the speech, and then we'll do the soundboard. We're gonna redo the soundboard. Dan gonna get himself because he's a snack. Stop. All right.
Thank you very much, Speaker Welch, President Harmon, Minority Leader McCombie, Minority Leader Curran, Lieutenant Governor Juliana Stratton, my fellow constitutional officers, the members of the 104th General Assembly, Chief Justice Tice, and the members of the Supreme Court, First Lady M.K. Pritzker, honored guests, and all the people of the great state
How's the
of
volume,
Illinois.
chat?
I'm J.B. Pritzker, and I'm grateful to be here to deliver my 7th State of the State and Budget Address. In 1818, the first...
There's a weird buzz. Is that true, or is that just one person?
Illinois Constitution mandated that the governor shall from time to time give the General Assembly information of the state of the government and recommend to their consideration such measures as he shall deem expedient. Remarkably, as far as I can tell, every single year for 207 years, in one fashion or another, Illinois governors have stood before this body to do what our first Constitution mandated of them. These messages have reflected the unique times during which each governor served. Our second governor, Edward Coles, advocated for the abolition of slavery decades before Abraham Lincoln, passionate in his entreaty that it was a matter of justice and humanity. Dwight Green, our 32nd governor, implored Illinoisans at the start of the Second World War to not let the tragic spirit of despair overcome us. I like what this tradition represents. No matter what budget circumstances, no matter if there's a world war or a deadly pandemic, no matter how many governors and legislators have been elected and installed, every year our democratic process begins again. And every year we come together as democratically elected representatives of the people to acknowledge that the power they grant us with each election and re-election is not unlimited. It's traditions like this one, which bring together all our branches of government to stand in respect of each other, that underpin the guardrails of our democracy. The only power that the Constitution truly recognizes is a power that is capable of humbling itself before our people. Since I became governor, each of our budgets has been an effort to strengthen the fiscal foundation upon which we could all confidently build prosperity throughout Illinois, in good years and in bad. Together, so far, we've paid down more than $12 billion in debt, grown a rainy day fund of more than $2 billion, improved our pension funded ratio, and earned 9 credit upgrades, which are the first in a quarter century. And we invested in things that matter to Illinoisans: education, healthcare, public safety, infrastructure, and job creation. Every single one of these budget years has presented its own unique set of difficulties. This year is no exception. Here's the good news. We've made responsible investments, and Illinois is better built for the long term. That means that lean budget years are a challenge and no longer a catastrophe. Overcoming a challenging budget year starts with growing our economy, because every business we add, every dollar we invest, every worker we employ, every entrepreneur we uplift strengthens our resiliency. For too many years, Illinois lacked an organized effort to attract, retain, and expand businesses, payrolls, and career opportunities. Global CEOs and site selectors have told me Illinois was never on their radar screen because for decades, our state wasn't proactively competing for their new factories or headquarters like other states were. That's all changing, thanks to the work of this General Assembly and our new Team Illinois Economic Development Organization. This state has so much to offer, among the best in the nation for workforce talent, innovation, clean energy, abundant fresh water, fertile soil, educational and scientific institutions, and so much more. I've been across the country and around the world with Illinois business leaders, showing our wares to company leaders looking for a place to expand. And we've had real success. In 2019, CNBC's list of top states for business ranked Illinois 30th out of 50 states. Today, we're 15th. Our economy is over $1.1 trillion and growing, the 5th largest in the United States and the 18th largest in the world. We're now ranked number 2 in the nation for corporate expansions and relocation destinations.
Thank you, Danielle.
And you can see that progress from DuQuoin to Decatur to Manteno to Belvedere. Back in 2016, Mitsubishi closed its only U.S. plant in Normal, Illinois. The community's future was in jeopardy. Along came Rivian Automotive, which bought the idled plant and brought new life to the factory and in turn to the community. Not satisfied with that, Team Illinois worked with the General Assembly to support Rivian's decision to invest $1.5 billion more in a factory expansion. In 2018, there were 27 Rivian employees in Normal. There are now thousands. When Vaughn and Bushnell Manufacturing, an economic engine and community institution in Bushnell for over 150 years, was on the verge of closing, hundreds of jobs and the future of the community were at risk. A small town where generations of Illinoisans had laid down roots, built lives, and raised families could have disappeared. Team Illinois immediately began working with the company and local officials to make sure that that didn't happen. Those efforts compelled Marshalltown Company to step in and acquire Vaughn and Bushnell, keeping the jobs right here in Illinois and keeping a small town together. Bushnell Mayor Robin Wilt is here with us today. Would you please stand and be recognized? When her community was in need, Mayor Wilt rolled up her sleeves and worked with my team to keep it together. She didn't worry about partisan politics or budget games. Her focus was, as ours should be, on the working families who depend on our ability to get results. Vortman Steel, Kellanova, PsiQuantum, Prysmian Group, Nexamp, Manor Polymers, and so many more, representing tens of billions of dollars of investment and revenue. These are just some of the new facilities and headquarters that have moved to Illinois or expanded here in just the last few years. And they're an important part of the vital new economic foundation of this state. Economic growth is an essential ingredient that allows us to move beyond challenging budget years like this one. None of this happens without fiscal responsibility. I'm proud to say that this year's budget proposal is balanced and responsible. It represents some hard sacrifices and moderated spending. We're preserving the progress that we've made over the last 6 years, streamlining certain departments to do more with less, and delivering for our residents without raising their taxes. Like so many other states, our FY26 revenue will grow at a slower rate than we experienced in recent years. For example, state-sourced revenue increased 15.9%.
All right, TikTok got mad at us for showing the video, so I'm gonna just listen to it, and I'm also gonna speed it up.
9% in 2021 and 13.2% in 2022. We expect to finish this year with 5% revenue growth. But for 2026, our forecast projects a 1.9% increase, much more modest, in part because the U.S. economy is projected to grow at a slower pace. While we hope this is temporary in nature, I'm not going to base a budget on bloated revenue estimates. I have never done that, and therefore our spending must reflect reality. We have to live within our means. New discretionary spending is increasing by less than 1% in the FY26 budget. Other expenditures are mandatory: full pension payments, inflation on healthcare coverage, and debt paydown, for example. This proposed budget enacts cost-saving operational efficiencies, improves productivity, curtails new hiring at agencies, consolidates unnecessary segregated funds, eliminates dormant boards and commissions, and overhauls state purchasing to save taxpayers money. Each and every year, I have proposed a balanced budget, and each and every year, the General Assembly has passed a balanced budget. As always, I stand ready to work with members of the General Assembly to deliberate and negotiate the final budget. But let's be clear, I will only sign a balanced budget. If you come to the table looking to spend more, I'm going to ask you where you want to cut. I have made difficult decisions, including to programs that I have championed, which is hard for me, just as I know some of the difficult decisions you will have to make will be hard for you. I believe strongly that we must continue our firm commitment to building up the Rainy Day Fund, new funding for public schools, investing in economic growth and jobs, and improving much-needed services to working families and to the most vulnerable. These are things that we cannot compromise on, particularly when we face the uncertainty of the federal government's haphazard ready, fire, aim tactics toward everyday Americans. I know it's in fashion at the federal level right now to just indiscriminately slash school funding, healthcare coverage, support for farmers, and veterans services. They say they're doing it to eliminate inefficiencies. But only an idiot would think that we should eliminate emergency response in a natural disaster, education and healthcare for disabled children, gang crime investigations, clean air and water programs, monitoring of nursing home abuse, nuclear reactor regulation, and cancer research. Here in Illinois, 10 years ago, we saw the consequences of a rampant ideological gutting of government. It genuinely harmed people. Our citizens hated it. Trust me, I won an entire election in part on just how much they hated it. So while this budget makes sacrifices, it preserves Illinois' progress toward delivering what children and families need most. We ought to be focused on making life more affordable for everyday Illinoisans. With the new tariffs that are already put in place by President Trump and the ones that he has proposed, the cost of everyday goods like tomatoes and beef and beer is likely to rise again. It's confounding that when this happens, it seems like large corporations just hike up prices to drive up profits, while everyday people get stuck with the bill. It's not right, and we ought to call out the federal government and the companies on it. We can do something about it at the state level. Last year, we lowered taxes on parents when we enacted the child tax credit and permanently eliminated the state grocery tax. Together, saving Illinoisans more than $500 million per year. This year, we're going to need to do even more to address high prices and counteract Trump's tariffs that will raise taxes on working families. At the top of the list, we need to lower healthcare costs. One of the great ironies of our modern age is that breakthroughs in research are producing medications that can treat and even cure long-standing chronic diseases. But the high cost of these drugs are making them unaffordable for people who need them the most. What's causing that? Well, patients, healthcare providers, and independent pharmacists will all tell you that pharmacy benefit managers, or PBMs, are driving up prices. PBMs are middlemen in the healthcare industry. They extract extra profit from patients through opaque and often predatory tactics. They're not doctors, but they work with insurance companies to deny people the drugs and treatment doctors prescribe. Not only are they driving up healthcare costs for Illinois families by hundreds of millions of dollars per year, but they're also putting small, local, independent pharmacies out of business. Michelle Dyer of Macoupin County is a pharmacy owner. Will you please stand and be recognized? Michelle was forced to close 3 of her stores after years of skyrocketing PBM fees. Her livelihood was threatened, and so were her patients. She's not alone. We're talking about rural small businesses being ruined by large pharmacy store chains that own PBMs. Michelle and all the independent family-run pharmacies are under threat, and they deserve a level playing field. That's why I'm introducing the Prescription Drug Affordability Act to rein in the unfair practices of PBMs, reduce drug costs for Illinois patients by hundreds of dollars per year on average, and protect independent pharmacists. We'll also give full statutory authority to the Illinois Department of Insurance to examine the books and records of PBMs and require them to submit to annual reporting and auditing. We're going to end the overcharging for drugs that people rely on, from insulin for diabetics to chemotherapy for cancer patients. Now, millions of Illinoisans have had an unexpected illness or accident that left them owing thousands of dollars in medical bills that they may never be able to pay. Today, I'm announcing a second batch of medical debt cancellations, made possible through our landmark program established last year. Over 100,000 Illinoisans have now seen their medical debt automatically erased. This is a great example of the creative policies that have allowed us to transform the lives of our people for the better while remaining fiscally prudent. So far, $900,000 has allowed us to eliminate over $128 million in medical debt owed by middle-class and working-class families, saving them over $1,000 on average. Last year, we enacted the Healthcare Protection Act, allowing doctors and patients to make their own medical decisions without interference from insurance companies. It will save Illinoisans money while improving the quality of medical care in the state. Well, this year, we're going to take it a step further. We're going to stop insurance companies from blocking access to mental health. We can do that by banning prior authorization.
Vicky, thank you so much for the $30 on PayPal. Please use it towards dinner next time your dinner doesn't look appetizing. Well, I appreciate the $30. That's my mom's tabbouleh salad. So, but I understand. Thank you so much. I will probably use this tomorrow on live. If I'm being honest with you, I will order dinner tomorrow on live. So thank you so much.
For all behavioral health care. And for rural Illinois families and those who live far away from certain medical care, will require insurance reimbursement for reasonable travel costs associated with medical appointments when the distance traveled exceeds network adequacy requirements. The days of unchecked health insurance greed are coming to an end here in Illinois. Predatory practices are being dismantled one by one, and we're going to lower the cost of health care for working families.
Rissa, thank you so much for all the roses.
One of the biggest affordability challenges people are facing is housing. Amid the construction supply chain challenges of the last few years, along with higher interest rates, Illinois' housing inventory decreased more than the national average. That's got to change. Last year, I appointed a director of housing solutions and formed an advisory committee of housing experts. They proposed a slate of reforms to unlock new financing, attract capital, incentivize builders, and eliminate unnecessary barriers to housing construction. This year, I'm asking the General Assembly to put those recommendations to work so that we can make Illinois housing more affordable and economical. While this is a year for tightening our belts, we've made real progress toward giving every Illinois child the support they need to live a healthy and prosperous life. Let's not lose that forward momentum. Our historic investments in evidence-based funding have made a profound impact on student success. In 2024, reading scores for Illinois' 8th graders were the second highest in the nation, and their math scores were 5th highest in the nation. On top of that good news, high school graduation rates in Illinois have reached a 14-year high. I believe in building on what works, so despite the challenges that we're facing this year with the budget, my budget proposal increases our commitment to evidence-based funding for public education so that we can put new resources in underfunded schools first. Improving the classroom environment and limiting distractions is vital to student achievement. And in conversations with educators and parents around this state, there is one thing that they commonly cite as an impediment to learning in the classroom: cell phones. Furthermore, cyberbullying has expanded at alarming rates, and it's time for Illinois to take measures to protect our kids. That's why this session, I'll move forward with legislation requiring all school districts in Illinois to adopt a cell phone policy that bans the use of phones during classroom instruction. More focus on learning will bring even greater success for kids across our state. According to U.S. News and World Report, Illinois ranks number 7 in the nation for pre-K to 12 education. And that's one reason why so many of our students go to college. And our MAP Grant and AIM High scholarship programs, along with our state universities' free college offers, like the Husky Pledge and Illinois Promise, are making university education in Illinois more affordable. But making it more accessible would help us keep the best and brightest students here at home. So I propose we pass the Public University Direct Admission Program Act, introduced by Majority Leader Kimberly Lightford last year. It would allow students to know before they apply whether they qualify for admission to any or all of our state's public universities. That way, a student can apply with no fee and full confidence in their acceptance. More kids in Illinois will stay and go to school here, and that's great for our state's families and our economy. Along those lines, I want to offer one final proposal focused on one of the jewels of the Illinois education system, our community colleges. Yeah. Illinois is home to one of the best community college systems in the nation, third largest in size and still growing. Last fall, enrollment at Illinois community colleges grew for the 3rd consecutive year, outpacing the national average by almost 3%. One of those students is Melissa McCaig of Jerseyville, who is here today. Will you stand, Melissa? Melissa is a nursing student at Lewis and Clark College, Community College, and a student trustee, along with being a devoted mother and grandmother. Melissa wants to pursue a baccalaureate degree in nursing, but the cost and the commute to a school farther away will make it too expensive. There are people like Melissa all across Illinois who want to get a 4-year degree to make a better living. We should make that easier for them. And that's why I'm proposing that we allow community colleges to offer 4-year baccalaureate degrees for in-demand career paths.
That's awesome.
Nursing, advanced manufacturing, early childhood education, and beyond. I mean, with lower tuition rates and greater presence across the state, especially in rural areas, community colleges provide the flexibility and the affordability that students need. This is a consumer-driven, student-centered proposal that will help fill the needs of regional employers in high-need sectors and create a pathway to stable, quality jobs for more Illinoisans. This is my 7th State of the State address, and I've come before you to present a budget in good years and in bad, in years of crisis and years of relative stability. There's a whole industry of backseat bellyachers in this state and around the country who make a profession out of rhetorically tearing down Illinois and suggesting that if we would just enact one of their magic bean fixes, that we would never face another difficult budget year. But there's one thing that I've learned as governor: there are no magic bean fixes. And each year there's some difficulty that requires us to work hard to overcome it. This year, the surfacing difficulty is Donald Trump's and Elon Musk's plan to steal Illinois' tax dollars and deny our citizens the protection and the services that they need. I want to offer you a few examples. 20 million Americans, 700,000 of them here in Illinois, will lose health care coverage if congressional Republicans are successful in their effort to cut the Affordable Care Act, and rural hospitals across Illinois will be shuttered. The Trump administration cut off funding for food safety inspectors for nearly a month, impacting more than 70 meat and poultry facilities in Illinois. Without these inspectors, the supply chain collapses, prices go through the roof, from farmers to truckers to meat packers to retailers, jobs will be lost. Meals on Wheels programs, which home deliver 12 million meals per year to 100,000 seniors and people with disabilities in Illinois, are on the federal chopping block. This is real. The new administration and the Republican Congress and Elon Musk intend to take these programs away. For all the Illinoisans watching at home, let me be clear. This is going to affect your daily lives. Our state budget can't make up for the damage that is done to people across our state if they succeed. There are people, some in my own party, who think that if you just give Donald Trump everything that he wants, he'll make an exception and he'll spare you some of the harm. I'll ignore the moral abdication of that position for just a second to say almost none of these people have had the experience with the president that I do. I once swallowed my pride to offer him what he values most: public praise on the Sunday news shows, in return for ventilators and N95 masks during the worst of the pandemic. We made a deal. And it turns out his promises were as broken as the BiPAP machines he sent us instead of ventilators. Going along to get along does not work. Just ask the Trump-fearing red state governors. You can boo all you want until your constituents lose these services. Those Trump state, red state governors are dealing with the same cuts that we are, and I won't be fooled twice. Last week, our federal courts returned a verdict rightfully condemning the once unchecked power of a former Speaker of this House. Now, if you applauded that decision like I did, then I expect you to defend and applaud those same federal courts as they check this president in his quest for unrestrained power. I've been reflecting these last 4 weeks on two important parts of my life: my work helping to build the Illinois Holocaust Museum, and the 2 times that I've had the privilege of reciting the oath of office for Illinois governor. As some of you know, Skokie, Illinois once had one of the largest populations of Holocaust survivors anywhere in the world. In 1978, Nazis decided that they wanted to march there.
Thank you,
The
Maui.
leaders of that march knew that the images of swastika-clad young men goose-stepping down a peaceful suburban street would terrorize the local Jewish population, so many of whom had never recovered from their time in German concentration camps. The prospect of that march sparked a legal fight that went all the way to the Supreme Court. It was a Jewish lawyer from the ACLU who argued the case for the Nazis, contending that even the most hateful of speech was protected under the First Amendment. As an American and as a Jew, I find it difficult to resolve my feelings around that Supreme Court case. But I am grateful that the prospect of Nazis marching in their streets spurred the survivors and other Skokie residents to act. They joined together to form the Holocaust Memorial Foundation and build the first Illinois Holocaust Museum in a storefront in 1981, a small but important forerunner to the one I helped to build 30 years later here. I do not invoke the specter of Nazis lightly, but I know the history intimately and have spent more time than probably anyone in this room with people who survived the Holocaust. Here's what I've learned. The root that tears apart your house's foundation begins as a seed of distrust and hate and blame. The seed that grew into a dictatorship in Europe a lifetime ago didn't arrive overnight. It started with everyday Germans mad about inflation and looking for someone to blame. I'm watching with a foreboding dread what is happening in our country right now. A president who watches a plane go down in the Potomac and suggests without facts or findings that a diversity hire is responsible for the crash. Or the Missouri Attorney General who just sued Starbucks, arguing that consumers pay higher prices for their coffee because the baristas are too female and non-white. The authoritarian playbook is laid bare here. They point to a group of people who don't look like you and tell you to blame them for your problems. I just have one question. What comes next? After we've discriminated against, deported, or disparaged all the immigrants and the gay and lesbian and transgender people, the developmentally disabled, the women and the minorities, once we've ostracized our neighbors and betrayed our friends, after that, when the problems we started with are still there staring us in the face, what comes next? All the atrocities of human history lurk in the answer to that question. And if we don't want to repeat history, then for God's sake, in this moment, we better be strong enough to learn from it. I swore the following oath on Abraham Lincoln's Bible. I do solemnly swear that I will support the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of Illinois, and that I will faithfully discharge the duties of the office of governor according to the best of my ability. My oath is to the Constitution of our state and of our country. We don't have kings in America, and I don't intend to bend the knee to one. I'm not speaking up in service to my ambitions, but in deference to my obligations. If you think I'm overreacting and sounding the alarm too soon, consider this. It took the Nazis 1 month, 3 weeks, 2 days, 8 hours, and 40 minutes to dismantle a constitutional republic. And all I'm saying is that when the 5-alarm fire starts to burn, every good person better be ready to man a post with a bucket of water if you want to stop it from raging out of control. Those Illinois Nazis did end up holding their march in 1978, just not in Skokie. After all the blowback from the case, they decided to march in Chicago instead. Only 20 of them showed up, but 2,000 people came to counter-protest. The Chicago Tribune reported that day that the rally sputtered to an unspectacular end after 10 minutes. It was Illinoisans who smothered those embers before they could burn into a flame. Tyranny requires your fear and your silence and your compliance. Democracy requires your courage. So gather your justice and humanity, Illinois, and do not let the tragic spirit of despair overcome us when our country needs us the most. Thank you.
I hope he runs in the Democratic primary. He could be good. I have some unfortunate news. Words matter, and constantly demonizing and dehumanizing immigrants was inevitably going to lead to stuff like this. 11 years old. Shouldn't have come here? Is that really what you just said, Gregory? Who was giving that speech? That was J.B. Pritzker. Okay, so you did mean that. I'm so tired of these inhuman individuals. No, John, I'm just scaring him. Call his parents.
Hey, Dan.
Hey.
I love you, man.
I love you too.
You good?
I'll be okay.
Okay.
Is this a safe space for MAGA? No. Thank you, Rose. Thank you for coming up, Chris. I appreciate you.
No worries, man.
All right. We'll have to we're gonna have to add the new sounds in the next live. I don't really want to do that right now. I'm sorry. We're getting our buckets ready. Thank you, Adela. Take aggression out on a workout. You know what, Barbie? Maybe I will. Tolerance is liberal quality. You can't tolerate the intolerant. Gen X Larry. It's called the paradox of intolerance. Or the paradox of tolerance, excuse me. They not like us. Yeah. Wait, what's wrong, Dan? Just a lot of racists in the chat over the course of the live. Chat, should I block Stang? Any last words, Stang? Harassing them, making me feel better. The only way to change him is to show him he's wrong. Some of them can change. I don't think Stang's one of them. I can change him. If I had your platform, I'd block them all. Do a good rage bait before you block him. My heart's not in it for a good rage bait, unfortunately. All right, y'all. Do you guys wanna raid somebody? Thank you, Tyler. Izel, thank you so much for the $5. Pick your head up, King. Your crown is falling. Fuck Donald Trump. Thank you so much, Izel. Let me see who's live. Need a hug? Yeah. Carbon is live. I don't think we've ever raided Carbon. I'd be down for that. Oh, actually, hold on. Keep him accountable. Does anyone know his @? No, Carbon. But no, I want to raid AC. Does anyone know his @?
Obama, 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 Obama.
Thank you, Maxim. Thank you so much. Keep.them.accountable. There we go. Okay. Well, let's see what they're doing first. Thank you, Slayer, for the cheering crab. Thank you, Dana, for the hand heart. Switch the Obamas to roses for a couple minutes.
They're
oh God.
eating the dogs.
Dan, why did you block me? Is it because you hate being called out for your hypocrisy? Bro, his burner account is named Burner. No, I blocked you because I'm tired of you inhuman fucks. That's why. Thank you, Maxim. Yeah, keep them accountable. Oh, thank you. I'm gonna pin this.
And I'm sorry.
You're
I
okay.
can't take this seriously.
You're
Okay, here we go. This is who we're gonna be rating. All right. He's in a heated talk though. That's okay.
Don't boo, vote.
He's a good creator, and we've never rated him before, so thank you, Rose. All right. We're gonna be rating. Keep him accountable. That's the @ I have it pinned. I will see you guys there for probably like 2 minutes. Thank you, Rose. All right. Have a good night, everybody. Hold on, I'm still live on Twitch. I'm trying to figure out how to block an account on Twitch. Oh, here we go. Ban, yeah. Okay, cool. All right. Twitch, YouTube. It's been real.